I'd like to ask everyone to please take their seats.
I was going to say, we've been living through for the last 6 months.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to a special meeting of Finance and Corporate Services Committee. We'll be dealing finally with our budget. Before we get into things, typically I would ask any members of this committee if they would be interested in making any opening statements in advance to perhaps signal anything that they're focused on or interested in, or anything else for that matter. So if you would have any opening comments, I would encourage you to cue in now. Councillor Chapman.
Oh, I didn't want to go first. Okay. So first I'd like to thank staff for all the work that has been put into this year's budget. It's not an easy task to understand it all, and I'm sure it's a lot of work to produce it. So thank you. In early January, analysts were saying that a recession is looming. They said they expect unemployment to rise and prices to remain high. They expect inflation to continue, especially during the first half of the year. The Bank of Canada believes it has done what it can to stabilize the economy by raising interest rates. While the Governor of the Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklem, is not predicting a recession immediately, he made the following statement on January 26th, quote, "Our own forecast has growth slowing. It is going to feel painful. We're not predicting a recession, we're predicting roughly zero growth for the next 2 or 3 quarters. But we could get 2 or 3 quarters of slightly negative growth, so we can't rule out a mild recession," unquote. He also called on Canadians to, quote, "try to accumulate their buffers," unquote, to ensure they can withstand, quote, "tougher times," unquote. It's going to feel painful, and we have to prepare for tougher times. Those are his words. Things do not sound good. As we know, many people are being left behind because of the current state of the economy. People can't afford to rent, let alone purchase a place to live. Homelessness is on the rise. The cost to feed our families continues to rise. In 2022, we saw a 10.3% increase in food prices in Canada, with an average wage increase of 3.8%. Analysts are predicting a 5 to 7% increase in food prices in 2023 and an average wage increase of 4%. We've all heard about the thousands of workers in the tech industry that have been laid off around the world, and Canada is also impacted by this. It's impossible for people that were already struggling to catch up. Of course, people on a fixed income will feel the pain even more. So why do I bring this up at this time? Well, I do so, of course, obviously, because it's budget time, and we have as much responsibility as other levels of government to do what we can to balance our wants and our needs. I actually have quite a long list of wants, most of which have been put off until later this year, with no money allocated in the 2023 budget. But it's not about me. When I look at the list of the $1.5 million investment options we received, I see these as wants, not needs. I say this because if they were needs, the money would have been allocated by staff. Given the predictions I've highlighted, and given the fact that we have heard from many people about their difficulties paying their bills, given the fact that the region is talking about increasing their tax rate by over 9%, which will impact Kitchener residents. I would like to see the $1.5 million put back into the tax base, which, if I'm not mistaken, would bring the property tax increase down to about 3.75%. If the rest of Council rejects this suggestion, I would offer the following compromise. Put $400,000 into providing free recreation, which will serve struggling families. I would also support investing $100,000 in arts and culture, because I have seen this sector, how this sector has struggled over the past 3 years. And finally, I would support the suggested $100,000 investment in the Housing for All category. So I look forward to hearing others' views and hope that we can end today with a budget that will have the least impact on our residents while still maintaining the services we provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Davey, and thank you to staff. And that's really what I want to say today, is that you've worked really, really hard in putting together a fair and balanced budget for our community. What I've heard from residents is that they're satisfied with what we're looking at in terms of a tax increase. They were concerned that it would be a lot more. So they're happy to see that it's a balanced budget in terms of the services that we continue to offer and where we want to go with future projections. And they're very thankful that this is the direction that we're taking at this time. So I wanted to say a heartfelt thank you. I know how hard our staff works. All of our different departments come together in terms of presenting to our finance staff what they need in their various areas. Thank you to Chair Davey as well. I know how hard you work and the passion that you put into this committee year after year. And I have a note of thanks from the community.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Duneau?
Thank you, Chair. As my fellow councillors had previously stated, I want to thank staff for putting these this information in such a simple, easy-to-read manner. I was, as a new councillor, I was a bit afraid of what budget time was going to look like, but this really made it clear and easy to understand. But I also want to thank my other fellow councillors and the mayor for answering any questions if I did have them. Again, I expected this to be much more of a very difficult task, but thank you to everybody else, for everybody to making it so easy. Now, I have stated previously that I believe the 4.8% tax increase is too high, and I have made myself known to a few people around the horseshoe here that just because we have $1.5 million doesn't mean we have to spend it all. I don't think that is very good banking per se. Just because you have it doesn't necessarily mean you have to spend it. I do appreciate some of the investments, such as the recreation programs and trails. I think that is an added benefit to our community. And I'm cognizant that our taxes pay for our services, our taxes pay for our programs, our infrastructure. But again, as I mentioned, just because we have it doesn't mean we necessarily have to spend it. So I'll leave it with that.
Thank you. Councillor O'Dooney?
Thank you very much. I did not know that Councillor Chapman was going to come with a prepared speech. So I had some thoughts, but I was not expecting that. Anyway, I want to first say thank you to staff for the great work that they put together, for the great work they put into this. Thank you very much. I've had some time to really reflect. These are tough times for people in the city of Kitchener. I've received messages from people that live in Ward 5 and people that supported me through my campaign as well. I've had some time to chat with them and hear their thoughts. On my wall in front of the treadmill in the House has these words. It says, "My role is to represent the voice of the community and also the best interest of the municipality." And I make sure I read it every morning when I'm there, just to remind myself of the responsibility that I've put upon myself. These are really, really tough times on the people of Kitchener. We have a huge demand. On the other hand, we have a huge demand on our infrastructure and also our community services as a city. And there, honestly, in one day, I can go back and forth in terms of supporting the increase and then also not supporting the increase, depending on where I am and the thoughts that are going through my mind at that point in time. As an individual, or rather as a family, I would say that we barely made it scaled through in terms of paying mortgage and taking care of our expenses this month, with just a little bit more to spare without diving into our reserve fund. And it forced my wife and I to sit down to start looking at the cuts that we needed to make. So the things of privilege around a child going to coding had to be stopped, or a child getting this type of tutor or that type of tutor, or those extra things that will come out of the pocket. We had to start making changes around that area. But I still consider myself privileged because there is a reserve fund to tap into. There are other areas that we could tap into without having to say that we're in trouble or we have any financial emergencies. But there are many others that don't have that opportunity in my ward and across the city of Kitchener as well. I want to make sure that I am sensitive to those people. I'm being asked to represent those that are doing very well financially. I'm also being asked to represent those that are not doing well financially at this point in time. Those that are on fixed income and those that are doing really, really well. Those that are on fixed rates and those that are on variable rates like myself, who are sweating and saying, what was I thinking when I put myself in that position? I want us to remember those individuals, and I ask all council members, as we make this decision, as we vote, yes, we have a lot of pressure on our infrastructure, we have a lot of pressure on our services as well, but there are individuals that their salaries are not being increased by $56, and this is putting extra pressure on them, and they have to make choices between paying their rents, paying their mortgage, and going to the food bank for their food. And we need to remember them and think about them as we make these decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider. Oh, sorry, 1 second here. Sticky mouse. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Davey. I also want to reiterate my deepest appreciation for staff for the hard work, but I also want to thank every citizen who took the budget survey and every citizen who contacted we councillors and shared thoughts. It's great to have the input. It's great to have the priorities. And I think we're all aware that we don't want to put any undue pressure on our taxpayers. But at the same time, we can't not do what we need to do because others have also had to increase their costs and their prices. I don't think the food industry got together and said, you know, we can't really increase the price of the food that much because the city of Kitchener is looking at an increase of 4.8%. We have to continue doing what we're doing. It's been prudent financial planning by our staff and great decisions by past councils that had us in a reserve position to make it through a pandemic and come through a pandemic and help economic development, still helping that happen in the recovery mode. When we look at it, I'm not trying to belittle the increase, but it works. The tax levy increase is $56 for the year, $4.66 for the month. The extra allocations that we can put in, and I do want to stress that these are extra allocations. All these priorities are funded. We're just deciding if we want to put anything extra into that based on what we've heard from our constituents in the areas of traffic calming, in the areas of recreation. The decisions that we have here can benefit families and give them a great break on some of the activities and things that the city has to offer. So I know we've got some tough decisions ahead of us, but I do want to make sure that we are funding things like recreation and trails, things that families can use and enjoy, and it doesn't cost a lot. A lot of it is free. So those amenities, things like that, we need to take care of, and we can't not do it because other levels of government or other factors have also gone up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Singh, I see your hand up remotely. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and excuse my absence. I'll be joining the meeting shortly.
Sorry, Councillor Singh, we can't hear you. Just chat, hang on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, not this, Councillor Singh. Live via satellite, Councillor Singh.
You can hear me? Okay.
We can now. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like my colleagues, I want to quickly take a moment to thank staff. Putting the budget together, trying to ascertain the right priorities and future spending, and at the same time, allocating the appropriate funding towards the reserves is an aspect of balance. And I think our staff owe some compliments where they have delivered are asked to, provide a budget that we can be respectful of the families, like my colleagues have mentioned, that are struggling right now. Some of the facts given are absolutely right. We have dealt with a, once in a generation, economic stress related to supply chain issues, economic accelerated growth, which has, caused extensive inflation for 2022, upwards to 8% at times. But that has started to come down. Councillor Chapman mentioned, as Government of Canada is already projecting for the next 3 quarters, perhaps it would be zero growth or even possible negative growth reaching a recession level. What that means is that the inflation that we have been noticing will be likely much less going into 2023 and into 2024. What that means is the pressures that this community has faced in respect to city spending will be not as impactful in the upcoming budget, if you were to go by that logic. Right now, we have peer municipalities that are well above the 5% mark, some as high as 8%. They are dealing with the same financial difficulties as faced by the city of Kitchener. The budget that's being presented right now at 4.8% is a culmination of hard work and prudent financial planning of previous council and past budgets. That is why our budget is one of the lowest in the region as presented right now. That is why our budget as lowest presented in the region does have a number of items that speak to a community that would be equitable, that try to help families in a different way, where we're building into our infrastructure, like a trail, that is an equalizer for everyone's use. Trails that would provide better connectivity between neighborhoods, trails that would provide year-round access to better transit options and 15-minute neighborhoods, as well as programming in our community centers that can be better facilitated so that programming can be offered, as again, much less as an option for many families as if they had to, find recreational options for their children in the public sector or the private sector, sorry. We are providing support for our families in that way as well. This is a budget that speaks to balance. It speaks to wanting to invest. It speaks to wanting to manage to support our families and young families and children. It speaks to also making sure that the budget is in line to our past policy of making sure that it is the average of the last 2 years inflation CPI average. This budget is meeting those metrics. I'm proud of where we are. I'm proud of the fact that at 4.8%, we are investing in our cycling network. We're investing into ensuring that we have a better tree canopy. We are investing as well as into trails. We're investing into our parks. There are significant amounts of investments happening at a rate that may appear high compared to the past years, but it is significantly lower based on what inflation is, where likely other municipalities will lie. That goes to show the level of restraint that our staff and this council has shown to make sure that we help to limit the impact to our taxpayers as well. So once more, I want to thank staff and, of Of course, Mr. Chair, I want to take a moment to thank you as well. You took considerable effort to meet with members of council to get ascertain our priorities and where our levels of support was for this budget, and that took a lot of undertaking on your part, and of course, Mayor Grabanovich as well. So I want to thank you too, as well as staff.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey, and a really huge big thank you to our staff. A budget process by no means is an easy process, and trying to figure out the balance and needs of an entire community with so many different voices is a huge challenge. And you know, one of the few things that I think we need to, and I agree wholeheartedly with what Councillor Singh said and Councillor Schneider has said, and I don't want to go too much into that, but one of the things that as a community, there's plenty of needs and pressures, and it could come at, you know, inflation, it can come at certain needs in a community, it could come at wherever it may come at. We're always going to be in a situation where we need to be allocating dollars and balancing. And you know, in this role, I find myself continuously learning new things. And we had a delegate here who ran in the election this term, had a really good quote. And the really good quote was, anything less than the tax increase, like the rate of inflation, is a tax cut. And me being a financial planner is my background, that's exactly what it is. It is a tax cut. And those are really wise wisdom words. And so what I see here that staff and everyone has proposed, we are trying to balance all these needs. And again, we're not a business. We don't charge for people to use trails. We don't charge people to use parks. We don't charge people to have their fire service. And to continuously have a budget that is under the rate of inflation or right on the rate of inflation for the last 10 years and still manage to increase services is a huge testament to our staff and to the previous councils. And so we're in the same situation again, which I feel should be an enviable position by any means if I was in another neighboring municipality. I don't want to name another neighboring municipality who is going through a challenge in itself by didn't raise their taxes the year before and now they're paying the price now. And so what you don't pay today, you pay later is always going to be the case. It's just pure common sense. There's no black or white. I mean, there's no gray. This is black and white. And I'm very proud of what we have here today. I know we're going to have some, you know, some good wholesome discussion, but I feel like we're going to come in a really good place.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Clancy.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I want to thank staff as well. I know, echo, but as a new councillor, I appreciate the subject matter experts we have in this room. I never thought I'd be so inspired about stormwater. So thank you for the thought and care you put into creating a budget that I think will keep our citizens safe and well cared for and make Kitchener a great place to live. I did want to raise the issue of stormwater. I know that it's come up in our budget and people might not understand. I didn't realize all that was happening beneath that road. Roads are expensive, but what's beneath the roads are doubly expensive or triply expensive. And just to put that into perspective, I think we're being financially responsible by spending money to invest on preparing our systems under the ground for what climate change has now landed in our midst. If we had known that what climate change would have become, I think we would have been having this chat far sooner and making these investments. But we are making them now. The storm this past year in 2022 cost Ontario $3.1 billion. So while we don't like spending money, especially when times are tough, sometimes spending the money proactively is really a savings. They say that $1 spent in adaptation to climate change saves us 15. And so I'm hoping that we can look at the budget increase or the tax increase as a protective measure towards costs that are coming our way. I don't think this is the last severe storm. And I think I'm really glad we're in good hands with staff to prepare our systems for that. I also like the investment in electric vehicles. Electric vehicles cost a lot at the door, but over their lifespan, over 5 years, you can save a great percentage. So over the lifespan of the vehicle, we're not spending as much on operations, and we're not spending as much on gas. So while we have $1.5 million to spend because we had the wisdom, former councils had the wisdom, thank you, to invest in LED lights, which is a climate solution. Now we get to use those savings to benefit our community. So I do want to advocate for the greening of our fleet because it's an upfront cost that will pay for services in the future and will make the city money over time. And it's sometimes a matter of moving money to a capital expense to save us money in operations. Also, our housing situation in our city is quite dire. I have 4 multiplex complexes that have come my way in the short time I've been in council to explain that they're all being renovicted. So I do want to advocate for what we can do in exploring our tools and levers as a city to prevent further growth in the population of our homeless. I know Councillor Michaud shared that through her work with the YWCA, learn more about many families living in motels. And I think the more we learn about what's happening to the folks who are experiencing homelessness, the more we want to do to prevent further growth in this. I know there's been a growth of 34% in the past 6 months as reported in the record. So thank you to our staff for trying to keep our tax increase and to council for keeping that tax increase below the rate of inflation. I hope we can look at some of the expenses in the budget as preventative measures to save us money in the long run. And I hope that when we look at that 1.5 million, we can look at how prevention, whether that be to homelessness or impact in our for our climate, as cost saving in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. Last but not least, I first want to thank the staff for all the hard work that you did. I concur with everything that's been said around the horseshoe here. I also want to thank Mayor Barry and Councillor Scott Davey, Chair Davey, for taking the time to meet with us and go over some of the items that we felt that our citizens deserve the time to have the discussion on. I'm happy with where we're landed here. I think that we've got a really good, solid, grounding of going forward below the rate of inflation, as Councillor Clancy and others have said. And I'm not going to repeat anything that people have said. Everything's been said has been, well received and true. We are in very difficult times, but as Councillor Ioannidis said, spend now or spend later. If we don't continue on the trajectory to improve things that we've already got going, we will pay for it later. And to have a rate that as low as we're putting forward now, I think it's a good thing. And the items as far as council gets for the 1.5 million, most of those items on there are for the health of the community. And the health of the community is the betterment of our citizens. And that's in large part why we're here as well. And I want to thank Councillor Davey for highlighting, just making it easy for people to understand that it's $4 a month from the city towards city taxes that all of these things are going to, everything that we're doing. So I think that will help people understand where we're at with this, and I really don't know how we could go lower than $4 a month. So thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Michaud. Mayor Hrabanovich.
Thanks very much, Chair Davey, and I think it's important that we collectively reflect on the fact that today is the first budget of this new term of council. And like my colleagues, I wanted to begin by thanking staff, and not just staff at the City of Kitchener, but also at our boards like the Kitchener Public Library and the Centre in the Square, as well as community partners who will be recipients of grants that ultimately potentially will get approved today in the budget that serve our community in a variety of ways. This budget exercise isn't one that really lasts a month and a half for staff. It's one that, quite frankly, practically starts again after we approve this budget today, and carries them forward over the next year at various points in times, some busier, some less so. And Chair Davey, I too want to congratulate you on your return to the chair and also your adept management of this committee and the budget process. I do want to take a moment to just reflect on the budget process, just as a reminder for those who are returning to council, as well as to put some context in it for those who are new members. And we need to remember that this is the fourth and final year of our last strategic plan, and a budget that needs to reflect that fourth and final year of that last strategic plan, with an allocation set aside, both in terms of workload and budget, for council to be able to provide some direction around specific initiatives that council has identified through the election process and things that they've heard. So it's not like these are wants that mysteriously came out of nowhere. Staff have provided a budget that reflects on where the needs are in the community, and has also provided an opportunity for council to reflect and prioritize on the needs that they've identified through the electoral process. I also think it's important that we reflect on some of the data that's been gathered through our community consultations and our Environics work over the past 8 months or so, where 78% have indicated they were satisfied with the direction of local government. Almost 90% felt that they got fair to good value for the tax dollar, and 60% said that the proposed tax increase, and I'll remind everyone, the proposed tax increase is one that is lower than the rate of inflation, is reasonable. As a council, we have really 4 main roles. We set a strategic plan. We set a budget that speaks to our priorities in that strategic plan. We hire a CAO, and we monitor all of those 3 things. I mean, there's obviously other things that we do, but those fundamentally are our core functions. And in that role, I think it's important that we recognize, without a doubt, there are people in our community who are struggling. And where we have a role to play in it, I think we have a responsibility to play that role. But as a council, we have a responsibility to balance both affordability today and ensure that we make necessary investments for both today and tomorrow, so that we're not simply punting the burdens and the challenges that we're facing onto our children and grandchildren in the community. As I've said, the 1.5 million reflects an opportunity for council to prioritize the things that they heard, both through the election and through the consultation process, to make some key investments in things like parks, trails, recreation, subsidy programs for those who have needs, more free concerts and cultural events around our community that we know are important for the well-being of our community. And in ensuring that the investments that we're making are focused on the role that we have in keeping us in our lane, while we also support and advocate with other orders of government where they have a need to do things. As has been pointed out, we have had the lowest 5-year average tax increase of all the communities in the region, and have been below the CPI by about 0.6% over that time period each year. And we need to remind ourselves that every time we're under the rate of inflation, we're actually cutting back. And we're able to do that because of the strong management team that we have here, the efficiencies that they find, and the prudent decisions that previous councils have made. And so as we go forward today, I encourage council to keep all of those things in mind, and to remember not just the price of the things that we're talking about, but also the value that they have for the community, not just today, but also for tomorrow, and the value that it has on people's lives, particularly when times are tough, for many of the kinds of reasons that Councillor Ioannidis indicated. Things like parks, trails, recreations, festivals, those kinds of things are all free. So at a time when people actually need those supports more than ever,
we're actually recognizing that and making those a priority going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. You've actually covered much of what I was planning on saying, so I will just begin by thanking staff. This is my 12th go-around in this position, and it hasn't always been easy, but I can honestly say that our staff have made it much easier to chair than I think the average municipality, and it extends to this year. Because there is a mutual respect, I think, between this council, previous councils, and staff in terms of our expectations on efficiency and our tax rates. I don't think it's a stretch to say that I've been focused on the tax levy rate itself over the years, perhaps overly focused, but that's one of the things I look at in this budget. By our own policy, this own council's policy that we just set, I think maybe a year or 2 years ago, staff was within their rights to bring forward a tax rate increase between 5.1 and 5.2%. That is our policy. Once again, they anticipated the conditions, they anticipated economic conditions, they anticipated the hopes of this council, and they shaved off, it's 0.3, 0.4%, but that's almost $500,000 that we don't have to look for because they already found it. I'm also very sensitive to those that are struggling in our community, and one of the reasons I like inflation as a measure is because there are lots of backstops. For example, the Canadian Pension Plan uses inflation as a benchmark for them to revise the payouts to those that are on that fixed income. And for reference, the CPP increase this January, or most recently in January, was 6.3%. So those that are on fixed income sometimes are actually getting further ahead because the City of Kitchener has had a tax increase lower than the rate of inflation, and because I'm a nerd and I have all these things in spreadsheets, about 0.5% lower than our peer municipalities for the last, well, as long as I've been finance chair. That adds up to over 6% that we've saved our residents over these years. So I will support a tax increase going today of 4.8%. I think it's reasonable. I would not like to see us go beyond that. I too had considered perhaps returning that $1.5 million to the levy, which would bring that down. But I did some math, and as it turns out, as luck would have it, if we were to return that entire $1.5 million and cut it, that equates to almost exactly $1 of savings per month for the average household. $1 of savings. And when I compare that $1 of savings to the very much needed parks and trails and access for those that are less fortunate, to the leisure card, that sort of thing, I think that's exactly what Mayor Verbanvich said. We need to weigh the cost of a thing versus the value of a thing. So with that, we'll get into it. I believe, Mr. Lautenbach, you're kicking us off. Oh, sorry, actually, one quick thing before we do that. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? And I'm looking on my screen over here for Councillor Singh. Okay, I don't think he's here, but someone will remind me to ask later on. Mr. Lautenbach? Oh, Mayor Verbanvich? Go ahead.
Just so that everyone's aware, as you know, we'll be breaking at 12:45 today until 2 o'clock for the lunch break. So just so everyone's aware of that in terms of timing.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
And members of committee, it's been over a month since we kicked off the budget process, and certainly through the month of January we had some discussions, detailed discussions related to both the operating and capital budgets, and here we are now at final budget day. And I do want to just start today by also thanking staff in terms of putting the budget together. There were some significant improvements to this year's package in terms of the budget summary report and also the videos that were on the city's website. And so I do want to thank Mr. Hagee, but also Debbie Andrade, who's our manager of budgets, and her team, but as well the communication staff that supported us as we made this transition. And I also want to thank all staff across the organization that were involved in the budget, whether it's answering questions, whether it's providing follow-up information in terms of the questions that council asked through the discussions, and preparing some of the follow-up information that's come back for consideration today. Part of the reason why we did make the change in terms of some of the package this year and put some effort into that was we did want to ensure that coming out of the pandemic that we had some good engagement related to the budget. We did see that decreased during that time, which was understandable. Everyone was dealing with a lot of different things on their minds during that time. But we did see that with launching the budget on December 12th, since that time we had about 1,400 visits to the budget page on the city's website, as well as the Engage survey. We also had over approximately 400 people responding to the budget survey, and the details of that is included as an issue paper with more details included in the package. As we've noted before, this budget was really about three priority areas: supporting core service, responding to growth, and investments for our community. And when we talked about supporting core service, we mentioned that a big driver obviously this year was inflation in terms of the impacts that it's having on our operating costs, both in terms of things like materials, contract services, fuel, those types of things where we are seeing increases. And as a municipality, we're required to have a balanced budget. And so we had to look for ways to reduce and minimize that as best we could, understanding that there are pressures that everyone's facing right now. But we were able to deliver a 4.8% proposed increase, which is well below the rate of inflation, and it also maintains the programs and services that we provide for the community. We also mentioned that responding to growth was an important consideration as well. We've been adding about 5,000 residents per year to the city, and that puts demands in terms of service levels, service expectations for citizens, and so it was important to ensure that we address that within this budget. And then we've also highlighted that there was $1.5 million to continue to provide opportunities to advance things that are important for investments for the community. And it is those options, obviously, today that we'll have a lot of discussion on. The options themselves, the 7 that were proposed, were always intended to be suggestions. It was up to council today, as you make decisions, to determine how you want to allocate that funding. It's never intended that necessarily all of the options need to receive funding, but it was to provide council with some choice. And so you'll make some decisions today. There could be some options where no funding is provided, but I want to reassure council, if that is the case, these are all important priorities, and so you'll likely see some of those things come back in future budgets as you go through developing the next strategic plan, identifying some of those items as well. And so there's still opportunity to see many of these things advance in the future if they're not fully supported or if there's more funding put to different priorities today. And to help council, with that decision, we also asked the public through the survey how they would rank the priorities in terms of those 7 options. Now, the lower number on this graph on the left would indicate higher priority in terms of those who responded, indicating that it was closer to either 1 or 2 or being higher priority for them. The higher number would be suggesting that it was closer to 7, and ranking between 1 and 7. Now, we've provided this information in advance of the meeting, and we've asked council to also to fill out your own survey in terms of identifying how you would rank that. And so this was one piece of information to help you. I know you've also heard from your own constituents within your wards as well, and taking both of those pieces of information together, you've come up with a ranking, and we'll be using that as we go through the priorities later today in terms of the order of how that averaged out later on a slide. One of the things that we did think was important to ask, obviously this year through the budget survey, was whether those who responded to the survey felt that the proposed increase was reasonable. And recognizing that it was a higher percentage this year than in past years, we thought this was a relevant question. And you see that 60% actually responded to say that it was reasonable, including over 25% saying very reasonable. 12% said the rate increases were neither reasonable nor unreasonable. And so certainly the majority of those who responded to the survey had sort of a positive response to indicating that what we proposed at 4.8% hits the mark in terms of what they think is reasonable from an overall increase. And I think part of the reason for that is, as you look back over the past 5 years, kind of where Kitchener has sat in terms of property tax rate increases. You see that cumulatively over the 5-year time frame, we've averaged about 2.4%, and that includes what we're proposing this year with the 4.8% increase. That's been either at or below the rate of inflation. You see the red line is Ontario CPI, which has averaged around 3%. And then you see, in comparison to other municipalities in the region, how we compare, including to the region as well. And so really today, the one thing I'll leave you with is all of the categories that we identified as themes in the budget: supporting core service, responding to growth, investments for our community, we think are important in terms of finding that right balance in terms of how we're addressing each of those. And we feel that with the proposed increase that we've put forward at 4.8%, being well below the rate of inflation, while still addressing other needs and providing flexibility for council to make decisions related to investments for our community is the right balance. And it's now up to council to decide today how you wish to proceed. And so with that, Chair, I'll turn it back to you if there's any questions. Otherwise, we'll get into the detail and decisions related to the 2023 budget.
There are no questions at this time.
Morning, Chair Davey. We'll begin with the boards, and so there are representatives, Mary Chevreau and Angela Riddell from Kitchener Public Library, as well as Joe Henning and Sylvia Cook from Centre in the Square that are here. If there happen to be any questions, there's no new information. There were no follow-ups for KPL or CITS. The information in the package is consistent with what was presented during the operating budget. Essentially, at this point, we'd be looking for somebody to move those budgets either individually or collectively. And for council, we've got our budget resolution sheet. This was passed out to everybody at your chair. Specifically in here, there's resolution number 4, which is the Kitchener Public Library, and resolution number 5 is Centre in the Square.
Thank you. Mayor Verbanovich.
Thanks very much. Actually, just I'll start with Kitchener Public Library. I'll let one of the members of the library board move that one. But I do just want to use this opportunity, since Mary's here, and because part of this is obviously seeing the ongoing construction of the new southwest branch of the library. And I'm wondering if you can just give council a quick update on that.
Thank you, Mary Berry. We are just in the process, actually, of getting final site plan approval from city staff, and we think we'll be relatively on schedule. We're looking at probably the end of 2024 for ribbon cutting celebration and the opening of that space. So we are maybe a little bit behind where we thought we'd be, but not kind of unreasonably behind, and looking forward to that site plan approval. And then from there, once that happens, we'll go to tender. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shelby, you might want to hang on for just 1 second. Councillor Johnson?
I would be pleased to move this on behalf of the KPL.
Very good. And Councillor Schneider on KPL? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
I just want to take this opportunity to thank you, Mary, and all your staff at all the branches. Investing in the libraries are such a great investment. It is the great equalizer, because anybody can go in and enhance their literacy, their reading literacy, their digital literacy, their technical literacy. What you've done in being part of the community events, the recent Kids Park, the Winter Kids Park, was just an amazing program and experience for parents and kids. So this to me is a great investment. So thanks for the return that you give us on this investment.
Thanks for your confidence.
Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Thank you, Mary. I also want to kind of share the same sentiment. I think since you've taken on the vibrancy in our centre library and even across the board in the branches, it's quite lively. You can definitely experience the excitement when you walk into those buildings. And I think that's the effort of yourself and of your staff, that you're creating that environment. I just quickly wanted to add further, Mr. Chair, you were very gracious with your open-mindedness to consider avenues of how do we have a wider outreach in our community, and some of the things that we talked about was the potential of having even micro or mini libraries in our community centers where there's not a library branch attached to a community center currently. And again, just brief conversation with our staff, it appears there would likely be capacity for us to look into that further. And I just want to say again, thanks for your open-mindedness, and I look forward to seeing a micro mini library in one of our community centers very soon, and hopefully one in perhaps even Chandler-Moore. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Mary, I want to just congratulate you on this and your number of years that you've served here. As Councillor Singh alluded to, when you started here, you've elevated the library to something that I don't think we ever thought could be. I also, when I attended my first board meeting, I was amazed and excited about all the things that this library has going on for our city. And I spoke earlier about the health of the community, and you're making our community healthier in every corner by doing what you do. So I want to thank you on that, and your staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chevrolet. It appears I made you stand there just to accept all of these thank yous. So, thank you so much.
Much appreciated.
I would certainly echo council's sentiment on this. So, it's been moved by Councillor Johnson. Those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Very good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Mayor Rabinovich.
Thanks. I would like to move the Center in the Square budget and thank the staff who are here. Hope to make life easy on them and not ask too many grueling questions. At least I won't. And just thank them for their ongoing work. It's obviously, like anybody, the last few years have been challenging, particularly for performing arts facilities, and nothing better than seeing a full facility again with people enjoying some of the great acts coming to the community.
Absolutely, and mirroring our operating committee meeting, you guys are getting off the hook easy again. There doesn't appear to be any questions. I will take sorry, Mayor Rabinovich, did you move it? Okay, so it's moved by Mayor Rabinovich. Those in favor? And that's carried unanimously as well. Thank you guys for coming in, appreciate it. That concludes the boards. Mr. Haggie.
Sure, so we'll move on to investment options. And there is some information in the budget package which has been updated, so that's noted here on this slide. There was some follow-up information requested by council during the operating budget discussion. So all of the issue papers have been reprinted and included in the package, but you'll note that option A, C, and D, they're exactly the same as they were before. There is supplemental information which is noted in the issue papers for the other investment options. As well as council is considering investment options, there are a few things that were not in the investment option issue paper list that could potentially have an operating or a capital budget impact. So council could just keep those in mind as they consider the $1.5 million and how it is allocated. If there was funding that was desired to go to any of these options, and people want to stay within the 1.5 million, they would have to consider that as well at this time. So we've got the list of issue papers here in the priority order that council ordered them. As was noted by Mr. Lautenbach, council themselves went through a prioritization process, which was put together by the chair, and so the intention is to go through each of the issue papers one at a time in the order that they're shown here on screen. For our new councillors, as we make changes throughout the day, as I'll be keeping track of it, we can get updates as to where we are as far as against the $1.5 million, how much of it has been spent and all that sort of stuff. We'll be keeping track of that, and it can be asked for kind of whenever someone wants it. You'll notice here that the dollar amounts are not round and even, but again, that's just because of how council allocated the funds. They may have been allocated evenly, but when you take it and divide it by the number of responses, you get some weird numbers. Our intention is to stay kind of in that $100,000 round figure as funds get allocated. And I believe that's it. Hopefully it's as streamlined as the boards were just moments ago. We'll just breeze right on through this, I'm sure. Anyway, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Ever the optimist, I appreciate it. So what I'd be looking for now is a mover for option number 1 with an amount. First person I'm going to accuse, Mayor Rabinovich.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I think, as we all know, housing affordability has been top of mind, quite frankly, for all 4 orders of government over the last while, and particularly for many of our residents as well, whether they're renting, whether they're dealing with increases in interest rates and so on. But I think it's also important for us to recognize investments that we've already made and and that, quite frankly, we still have dollars available to do things. So if we think back to our EDIF, there was 15 million of that set aside for investments in affordable housing. We've already used, going by memory now, but I think it was 2.3 million of that in terms of the land value for the YW project. But there's obviously opportunity to continue to invest from that fund. There was also dollars that we set aside on that issue. I am going to, I think there may be a different way of approaching this, and I think Councillor Johnson has some thinking on that, so maybe I'll actually turn the floor over to her so that she can raise that, if I have your concurrence on that, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Johnson is next in the queue. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, and through you, Chair Davey, and thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. Yes, my suggestion for the Housing for All strategy would be $100,000, and for that to come from the planning budget.
Okay, I would ask at this point then if ask of staff, are they able to accommodate that request within the planning budget? Yeah, so I see Mayor Urbanovic. I think staff should answer that question first, that would be good. Certainly. Ms. Mayor, sorry, my mouse isn't working here. Mayor Urbanovic, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I guess my point of clarity, even though that's not technically a point, I don't want to upset the clerk early in the morning. Councillor Johnson, when you say the planning budget, are you talking about from the affordable housing reserve that we're likely not going to need to spend all that money? Is that what you're talking about?
I think that was the clarity from staff I was looking for.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so Mr. Lautenbach?
So through the chair, we certainly could fund this year's allocation in terms of 100,000 from the Affordable Housing Reserve. We recently did initial look at what might be left in that reserve. It's not finalized, but I'd be comfortable to take it from there. We will be bringing back information related to Bill 23 at a later date that will highlight the remaining funds, but we do believe there will be a significant amount that can be redirected, given that DC waivers will be covered through the changes that happen through that legislation.
Okay, very good. Questions on this? So just for clarity for members of the committee that may not have fully understood that, there are some unallocated funds from planning essentially that will allow us to fund option number 1 here, Housing for All strategy, at $100,000 as moved by Councillor Johnson, without actually drawing down the $1.5 million, though we may have to revisit it in following budget years depending on funding. Okay, everyone clear on that? Okay, so on this still, Councillor Singh just clicked out. Councillor Clancy.
Hi there. I'm glad that it will be funded. That's excellent. I think it behooves us as a city to use all our tools. I'm glad that it will get funded, so that's hopeful. Is it possible to propose an increase? Like, what is our reserve at right now, Mr. Lautenbach?
Mr. Lautenbach, go ahead.
In looking at the reserve balance, we expect that we will have at least 1.3 million, roughly. That's not a final number, but around that range, which will be coming back to council to determine how you would allocate that in the future. So there is room to allocate more. I think the issue is what's identified for this year is very specific. So that 100,000 was for the lodging house policy work that's planned to be done. And so I would look to Mr. Reedman to comment on whether additional funding could advance work this year. That's planned within the Housing for All strategy.
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, so we do believe that 100,000 is sufficient for the amount of work that's proposed, including Councillor Davies' motion that was approved by council earlier this week, and so we don't believe additional funding is required for 2023 for the study that's projected to be completed.
May I ask, if the money wasn't being used for the lodging house study and the displacement study, what is that money protected for? Or what would it be allocated for when the need arose?
Mr. Lautenbach, have you in there?
So through the chair, the original intent of the reserve was to fund DC waivers, but because that's not a requirement anymore under Bill 23, or it will be exempt for affordable housing developments. That is a report that will come back to council throughout the year to determine the balance in that reserve based on those legislative changes, and you'll make a decision at that point in terms of how you would want to allocate or address whatever that remaining funds are and for what purpose. So it doesn't need to be a decision today. I think the funding of the $100,000 for the strategy is something that can be done, just given the amount that is. But you will make decisions later this year in terms of how you would want to repurpose those funds to address affordable housing needs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schneider?
Thank you, Chair Davey. I just wanted to point out that this funding for the Housing for All strategy, it's going towards studies, and I do want to point out that the city has done a great job in providing land for the YW supportive project, A Better Tent City, helping out One Roof, and we do have more land that is going to be used for affordable housing purposes. So, you know, if maybe the perception is we're not doing something for affordable housing, we are. This is just the studies that for Lodging House and helping those who may lose their residences. New development comes in. Those studies are very important and will be done.
Thank you, and agreed. Councillor Michaud?
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if this is the right place to suggest this, but so the 72.7 that's there for a housing strategy, can that be moved down to traffic calming? Or moved over to,
No,
am I ahead of myself here?
No, the 72 there is just the average of what what councillors suggested. So for example, some of us put in 100, some of us put in nothing, so that's why it's less than that 100.
Okay.
So it's been moved at 100 by Councillor Johnson.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor O'Dooney?
Just clarity. So we're saying now Housing for All strategy, we should have 100,000 for it. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else in the queue. I'm happy to support this. I will ask now those in favor. And that's carried unanimously. Very good. Okay, so the next item up is traffic calming, and the average allocation by council was 200,000 for that. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I definitely wanted to see a higher allocation than, what was initially the direction that staff were heading with focus on the hotspots. I did have some clarity on if staff, I don't know if Mr. Cronkite wants to come down or...
Go ahead and ask your question.
He seems to be reluctant, that's why. He's like, do I really have to come down? My question is if, based on what was in the issue paper, 100,000 towards a hotspot, but there was an additional push by many of us that there needs to be a greater flexibility or capacity of the median deflectors for us to be able to use as reactive tool when we get complaints. Would 100,000 more, adequately provide, doubling of what we have, the current allocation, along with being able to perhaps purchase additional radars as well? Because that's where my priorities lies right now. I'm quite supportive of going in a more strategic aspect of traffic calming, where hotspot kind of approach. But at the same time, as I said, we also need to be reactive. That's more timely based on the needs of our community aspect of road safety.
Through the chair, so within that $100,000 base investment, there is an option where we could invest a portion of that into seasonal flex stakes. So that is included in that base option. Within that base option, to address the flashing radar signs, Councillor Singh, one of the recommendation is that we go back to what we were doing pre-pandemic, which was hiring a student. So that student is very mobile. They're at a different location every single day. So what that allows us to do is get to dozens of locations per ward in a season, so that the community is very aware that there are concerns and there is that kind of visual cue to the community. So that's the recommendation there. It's something that we used to do. Again, that can be accommodated within the 100,000 base option. In addition to that, there would be additional investments in the hotspot improvement program over and above the $150,000 that's already committed in the existing budget.
So again, right now, as the extra allocation, the suggestion is 100,000, which would be for the hotspots, and within that 100,000, you're saying that there is capacity for us to increase some additional median deflectors, as well as potentially hire a student for radar to have access to more sites than just a stationary site. That's what you're saying. Now, so my question to you for clarity was, right now we're approaching 200,000 as a budget, so that would increase it by additional 100,000. There may be some asks from some of us where we are perhaps considering going beyond the 200,000, which was a bit of an average of the consensus of council from the conversations that took place. So within the 2 minutes, quickly, how much could we really do with 100,000 more, where that's showing right now based on the 200,000, or potentially 200,000 more if there's a suggestion or amendment to go to 300,000?
So through the chair, within that initial 100,000 we've talked about, to increase it by 100,000, I am concerned that we won't be able to deliver on council's objectives simply because we're at capacity with staff in terms of being able to really focus on that hotspot improvement program. To be able to focus on it to any greater degree than we've already committed, I believe that we would need additional funds to be able to provide an additional staff person.
Okay. Can I just make a comment quickly regarding this, or?
I'd prefer you make comments at the end just for the clarity of the day, if you don't mind.
Okay, no, that's fine, just within the minute that's left. That's fine. You're saying that there's not necessarily a staff resource availability. But to push back a little bit, let's narrow the conversation down and at least keeping it at the 200,000, making additional 100,000 available. Is it going to be really that staff intensive where we have additional, more than the 100,000 allows, additional flexi poles on top of perhaps giving direction at a later time? It's not necessary now, that we have to kind of figure out the strategy, but perhaps buying additional radars where it doesn't require a student. It could be a fixed site, but again, it's reactive to an issue in a neighborhood where there's constant traffic issues. So it's more of visibility and awareness of what people are doing and their speeding that they're conducting. Could we not do that?
So through the chair again, there's already a reallocation from, the traffic calming program of $150,000 into Vision Zero and hotspot improvements. There is still an existing allocation within the budget for seasonal flex stakes. So we're sitting at around 10 to 13 per ward. Within this existing proposal, within the base number, that is still there's still the option to, or will be included, an additional 10 to 12 flex stakes per ward. So now you're looking at about 22 to 25 flex stakes per ward within the existing 100,000 base allocation. Once you start getting beyond that, you start running into not only staffing challenges within our existing team, the transportation team, in that each flex stake needs to be individually located, it needs to be individually marked, it needs to be individually signed. There is an obscene amount of work that actually goes into locating one singular sign, and that's why I say from a capacity standpoint, it is very, very challenging to commit to anything beyond what is in here without the existing, without an additional resource. But there is significant funds, as I had mentioned earlier, in terms of $150,000 plus invested into the hotspot improvement program. Again, that's very resource intensive in terms of every singular measure that will be proposed and approved by council will require design, it will require location, again, it will require communication. So there's a significant amount of work and effort that goes into each and every one, and that's why I would say I wouldn't, I don't want to overcommit staff at this point in terms of what your expectation might be.
Mr. Chapman to add?
I would refer council back to Appendix C16. I think it addresses the question that Councillor Singh has raised. Certainly we understand that this is a top priority for council, and we're in your hands in terms of the level of investment. I just want to make it clear that under the original proposal to add $100,000, there would be $250,000 of new hotspot improvement investment in 2023. So that is the service level increase. 150 has been reallocated, 100,000 would be new. As indicated on C16, Mr. Cronkite said if council's priority is flexi stakes, you could basically double the program by allocating $60,000 of this add to flexi stakes. That would be $40,000 of additional funding for Vision Zero. for a total of $190,000. All I would suggest is that if council were inclined to do the flexi stakes, do the Vision Zero, the right number would be about $160,000. I hear Mr. Cronkite saying if you want to go beyond that, beyond $200,000 at that point, we are getting into the need for additional staff resource in traffic planning to be able to implement that program. And so if that's council's ambition, we can get behind that. All I would suggest is that going to $300,000 or more would carry a staff cost associated with it. We can double the hotspot program. We can spend $250,000 of new, we can double the Flexi Stake program. We can spend $250,000 new hotspot improvement programming within the existing staff complement. $200,000 would deliver that.
That's a lot of clarity. Thank you very much. Just quickly, Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Chapman, I think Mr. Cronkite deserves some compliments as a department head. He's being offered more money. He's saying, no, it's okay, I got enough. I can manage with what I have and deliver exactly what the expectation and desire that this council is. I just want to compliment him on that. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Singh, did you move an amount?
Yeah, you know what? I was going to move perhaps the 200,000, make a comment regarding that because of the clarity that Mr. Chapman has offered, but I can add my comment later then.
Okay, and sorry.
But I'm open to hearing my colleagues.
And sorry, but what is the amount that you're moving, just for, sorry?
160 is what he said.
Yeah, he said 160, but also Mr. Chapman did say what we're seeing on paper at 200,000 perhaps could give some additional flexibility as well. Okay, let's do 160 then. I was going to lean towards 200,000 because I heard from my colleagues in speaking that there is a greater desire in having, more capacity. And if we have some dollars allocated and as issues arise, then we have that flexibility and room there rather than perhaps having to wait for another year. So that's why I was considering keeping it 200,000.
Yeah, so
I'm moving 200,000.
I'm sure through questioning will be borne out. I have 6 people in the queue to speak on this. Next up is Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, and I want to thank Mr. Cronkite, and I actually am a little surprised too, you turned down more money. I'd never do that. Anyways, I'm happy with the motion there, the $200,000. I just, I want to comment on the transportation team, what a great job you do. I met with some citizens yesterday and police services on a street in Kitchener, and it just underscored the need for more calming measures throughout our city. And I know you are working with regional police very closely, and they're tight constraints as well on their end. So I'm really pleased with the $200,000, and I will support it.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, and through you to Mr. Cronkite. Come on back. I'm wondering if you can just clarify for us, please, as we're looking at the amounts here and at the amount of flexi signs that we have, that when we do the narrowing in the road, that is considered 3 signs, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct, yes.
Mm-hmm. So when we're looking at the numbers in terms of the locations that we actually have, we need to look at it through that perspective, and I believe that when we look at the numbers, that the seasonal narrowing, which is what's considered when we do the 3 signs, provides the best traffic calming. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. When we do the seasonal narrowings, they narrow the road much more substantially than just the center pylon does. So from an effectiveness perspective, that's absolutely the way to go.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And I just wanted to say thank you to you and your department. Sorry for making a comment, but just a quick thank you to your department. I feel like I have a hotline between you and your department, and I feel like probably many of us do as well, that we are in touch with you a lot. You're very receptive to getting back to us and to helping our communities with looking at ways to do traffic calming, and that is really recognized as a council that it is a big concern for our residents. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I guess my only clarification is, I know we did discuss this at capital budget, those from the Love My Hood budget with those signs and stuff. I still want to ensure that we have those signs in there, but also those additional signs around for schools, for parents that are getting blocked with their their driveways.
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, assuming that Councillor Ioannidis is referring to the small stake signs, yes, we've already made the commitment. I've spoken to the Love My Hood team. They funded it the last time we did it, and they'll fund it again this year.
Okay, that's excellent. And I guess one last question, and this is for Barry, and again, you've heard lots of good compliments, and I can't disagree with them at all. So, I mean, superb department. I guess in speaking with the staff, and I guess it's my understanding that we're going to come back with a little bit more of a comprehensive, plan, because maybe we might not need 20 stakes in my ward or 20 stakes in this ward, and maybe give it a little bit more data, because and then that way we can tighten it up a little bit better. And I think, and I know, and I'm not sure if Councillor Schneider's clicked in too, but maybe look at some forms of sponsorship, because I really think there is a possibility that there could be some sponsorship in there and alleviate some of those costs.
So through the chair, yes, the seasonal traffic calming program is under, or will be reviewed as part of Vision Zero. It was one of the action items that was identified. And again, it would be trying to create a more data-driven approach.
Okay, thank you. And, this is definitely not a nice to have as a service, because I constantly hear from residents, if someone gets killed, what are you going to do about it? So to me, in my opinion, this is not a nice to have. This is a need.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Up next is Mayor Rabinovich. You clicked yourself out there. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I think that was Councillor O'Doody's binder that actually.
Okay, next up I have Councillor O'Doody's binder. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted clarification from staff. Am I correct in saying that right now we have an education program that accompanies the reduction of speed limits that we're in the process of implementing that have not yet been implemented? Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, there is an education program with that.
And the program itself hasn't yet been fully implemented?
The education program?
No, the lowering of the speed limits.
That's
and
correct.
The signage.
That's correct, yes. That will continue through 23 and into 2024.
But that's already been budgeted for?
That's correct.
Right. Also, the Vision Zero program has already started, and we'll be getting a report back sometime in 2023?
Through the chair, yes, we will bring a report back in late spring 2023 related to Vision Zero.
Okay, and that's also being budgeted? With the exception of what's being proposed as an enhancement?
Yes, council made a commitment to reallocate some funds of the formal traffic calming program to Vision Zero specifically, yes.
Yeah, okay. And we've also got the Flexi Stake program still in place. So I guess what I'm trying to get at, that I agree there's a need, but I will not be supporting an increase in the budget item in this case, because I think until we have a better understanding of the results of what's being done with the traffic reduction, speed reduction, and also the Vision Zero report back in 2023, I think we need that information, right, to be prudent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clancy.
Hi, sorry, Mr. Cronkite, you're getting your steps today. I wonder if you could elaborate. I think sometimes we don't look at all the different ways we calm traffic, and I know that we have this pocket of money, but we also invest in bike lanes. Can you speak to how bike lanes slow traffic and how they save lives?
So through the chair, when we talk about traffic safety, the most critical component to talk about is vulnerable users. And so when we mention vulnerable users, we're talking about pedestrians, cyclists, those choosing to use active transportation as a modes to get around. So when we talk about cycling facilities, if we create facilities that we call AAA, or for all ages and abilities, they make it exponentially safer for those users. There is always an ancillary benefit when we create new cycling facilities, in that, generally speaking, it will reduce the overall speed of traffic on the street, because they do provide a natural form of traffic calming. So one is directly related to the other when we're talking about traffic safety.
So when you look at an investment in cycling lanes and those AAA infrastructure, it serves two purposes. One, to reduce the speeds on streets, and that bike lane also reduces fatalities and severe injuries of active transportation users.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so we can look at that investment that we're making as also benefiting traffic calming and protect that in future conversations. I do hesitate to go further than the 200, because from our survey, that wasn't as much of a priority, but I don't know who were the respondents, and in my canvassing, there's mixed response. I like the radar, but I know that when I talked to your traffic team, it had a short-term benefit. So, I look to your team at some of those longer-term benefits. I like that we're changing the way we build roads to keep that in mind. I know that my ward maybe has narrower roads, so there's less of a concern, and I respect that. But I also am glad to see us pivot on how we build streets, because some of the wards have really wide roads, and so that's created this issue that you're now grappling with. But I just wanted to thank you for that information about the benefits of bike lanes, and I will support the budget of my councillors.
Yeah, very good. And just to clarify, I think the motion at hand really is for $200,000 at this point. Okay, very good. Okay, I have Councillor Schneider up next.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Just comments. Again, I want to thank you and your staff. I just went through my seasonal traffic calming review, and one of the things that I do see is the hard decisions having to be made, where the flexi poles go and where the speed display signs go. I mean, I get 3. And they get spread around, and I know I've got way more requests than that. And I think it's important to know that, while we all represent our ward across the city, there may be different needs, and it may be a higher need in some wards than others. So I thank the other councillors who are looking citywide and adding to this traffic calming and safety measures. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if it wasn't proof enough that Big Brother's watching, I got an email about 19 minutes ago about good roads, so I'm just saying, about a conference coming up, so I'm just saying. I agree with my fellow councillors that, street safety is important, and traffic calming is important, but I can't shy away from the issue paper, which says staff does not recommend installing more than the current number of seasonal measures contained in the program, which would be beyond the $100,000 that was the asking, and there was no extra enhancement allocation for any money. So I understand there is a need to make our streets more safer, but we have staff that wrote this issue paper saying we don't need any more. That it's going to be sign pollution, and that increasing the amount of dollars will it may not warrant such implementation in certain areas. And so I'm not saying no extra money. I just personally I don't know if we need to go to $200,000, because originally it was $60,000. So if we're just investing or putting $40,000 extra for I don't know really what. I know Mr. Chapman explained the extra money. I'm just saying that I think $150,000, $160,000 would be my proposed for this paper. Thank you. So yeah, I guess I'd like to move then to $160,000.
So sorry, just to clarify, so amending 200 to 160, correct?
Correct.
Very good. Yeah, no problem. There are 2 in the queue that have already spoken. Councillor Anderson, your comment? comment? Okay, so Councillor Singh's just ahead of you. Go ahead, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davey. This is just a compliment. When it comes to traffic calming, we have to be conscious. We really do tend to have a tale of two cities. I really appreciate Councillor Clancy's kind of acknowledgement that in some cases, the downtown neighborhoods, they do have narrow streets, so traffic may not be as a significant concern, but where in some of the suburban neighborhoods, perhaps where the subdivisions were designed not necessarily conscious of future traffic problems, and we are facing them now. We are facing those problems because of a very rapid growing population. There are far more cars on our roadways than there were before. And there's a lack of patience in the motorists, far more now than there was before. These things compound to dangerous conditions. So I appreciate, to Councillor Clancy for her support to the 200,000, realizing that it may not be an issue in her ward, but it is a serious issue and an aspect of safety in our wards. And in the past, anecdotally, again, it is a big undertaking, and I realize staff, it exhausts their time to find the appropriate spots, to put those medium delineators in. But in the past, if we wanted to do a narrowing, we could only do 3 through a ward. Unlike hard fixed speed calming measures like speed bumps, this is something that's rotational. It doesn't give you a permanence of a speed calming. With the increased amount, this will lead towards maybe 7 narrowings. Because I don't think a single medium deflector gives the real benefit. It eases minds, eases concerns, allows us consciously feel good that we responded to a constituent. But where I have to say that where I feel, safety for those residents that raise that concern, I think the narrowing accomplishes that. So we needed to raise the capacity so we could have more narrowings. With the increased budget, that allows that. Additionally, we've all said it, we really, I appreciate what staff have said and, more of a theoretical approach to the recommendations that they bring forward. But at the end of the day, we have to be responsive and answerable to our constituents. And when they raise questions and say, hey, there's someone speeding and there's a radar sign that can remind their neighbor who may not have a young child, but again, they don't see their speeding as dangerous, but it is for everyone else, that radar goes a long way to provide some, that reflection point to the bad drivers. So having additional monies where we can buy more of these radars gives us that flexibility, and that's why we're saying we need that 200,000, the very minimum. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davey. I think Councillor Deneau and Councillor Clancy, I can understand where they're coming from and their perspective. And I think once you're in this position for quite some time, you're going to come to realize that this is really the #1 issue that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. And we got to look at it as in a lens in regards to, yes, as Councillor Singh had mentioned a few things, that traffic's increasing. So we're looking at many, many new residents coming to our community, and they necessarily don't know the neighborhoods, and they're learning the neighborhoods. So these are things that are, that are good to put out there to educate those new residents that are coming into our neighborhoods. And one of the most important things as a member of council with regards to this is one tool that I know effectively works. I know staff may agree with that 100%, but I know firsthand it works. In fact, I avoided a full traffic calming measure on one of my streets that saved basically $80,000. And so I think it's also the most financial prudent way to implement these types of passive measures, and quite frankly, those other measures are very intrusive and they're not very friendly towards our first responders. So anytime being delayed in that is a big concern with them. So I won't be supporting the 160,000 reduction, and I think that's about what I'm going to say. I just think it's just it's one of those things you're going to get to, realize and understand how important this is in our community. And, I've been often told that bike lanes are not to be used as traffic calming. And I think that those are wise words. And also, when I questioned Mr. Cronkite, there is going to be a fulsome discussion in coming up with how we're going to allocate these things. And that's why I mentioned sponsorship, so that they can reduce these. And also, maybe in your wards, you may not need 10 or 20, whatever they are. Maybe my ward needs 50. I don't know. And so that's why I want a better grasp. So for the meantime, this is 1 year. We can work that out.
Thank you, Mayor Rabinovich.
Thanks. So I just want to be clear. So is the motion on the floor 200 or 160?
So the original motion was 200. It was amended by Councillor Deneau to 160.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if you have, I just have one small question, but go ahead, Mayor Rabinovich.
Yep. So I will be supporting the original motion, and I'm doing that primarily because of the input that I've heard from a vast number of members of council. While it's, as pointed out, not maybe an issue as much in some of the urban ridings, urban wards rather, it certainly has been a significant concern in many of the rural roads. We're having a day today in the suburban wards. I think I'm struggling switching from region to city budget or something. And having said that, yesterday, as an example, we were dealing with the police budget, and Chief Crowell indicated that, traffic concerns are one of the main areas that they receive concerns about. But when it comes to prioritizing in terms of the full scheme of things, it's, while they certainly get to it, it's one of the ones that they get to less, because obviously we're dealing with some significantly more serious issues in the community that need their resources. And so I think this is a way of us, balancing some of those things in a more cost-effective way. And I think some of these other measures are more cost-effective and, quite frankly, go over better than some of the traditional methods of speed humps and other things that we know aren't always well received in neighborhoods. And so if we can achieve some of that same gain or similar without those costly capital improvements, I think it ends up becoming a win all around.
Thank you. Councillor Owoduni.
Just for clarity, Chair, are we still at 160? Do we need to move it back to 200?
Yeah, so what will happen is we'll vote on 160 first. If that passes, then it will be, we'll vote a second time to confirm, but it'll be 160. If it fails, then it goes back to 200. So I'll clarify that at the time that we vote in a moment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I just had one question. Mr. Cronkite, I don't think I heard actually directly from you. I think it's, to be frank, I think it's a fair amendment to put forward, but could you outline, again, if it's possible, what the additional $40,000 might be put towards?
Excuse me. So through the chair, with the 160 versus 200, the additional 40K, we would look at trying to invest as much as possible into the hotspot improvement program. But again, it would also leave us a little bit of flexibility, to Councillor Singh's point, if we found a location that made sense for a more semi-permanent radar display sign or something like that, then we could look at that. But ideally, we would keep it as flexible as possible so that we had a little bit of room to maneuver, if you will, to address the concerns as they arise.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Ennis, you already keyed in twice already. Okay, go ahead.
And yeah, so in my discussions with staff, so in particular, the one traffic calming, measure in Victoria Park is in particular with the speeding radar. That's a lot more expensive unit than the ones that are being used in the other wards. Is that correct?
Through the chair, the semi-permanent locations, or in that case, the permanent location, they carry a cost of about $10,000 each individually, whereas the signs that we move around are 4 to 5. The difference being that When you permanently affix a location, then you need a permanent power source. Generally speaking, when we look for a permanent power source with that type of infrastructure, we're looking at solar, so that there is no additional wiring or electrical costs associated.
All right, so I just wanted to make sure that some areas have enhanced services compared to others.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Thank you. I'll just comment briefly. I'll be honest in that if I was thinking purely with my Ward 1 hat on, I probably wouldn't have gone beyond the original $100,000 for traffic calming. But when I put my broader city hat on, I realized that the demand is much greater in the wards that I don't directly represent. So I think it was a reasonable amendment to put forward, Councillor Deneau, but I think in the end I need to support the need in the greater community. So what we're voting on now, again, folks, is we're voting on replacing the $200,000 figure for 160. So what that means is if you prefer 200, you would click red now, okay? Because you'd be voting against the 160, then it would go back to the 200, okay? Oh, sorry, a recorded vote isn't called for, sorry. So just regular vote then. So if you prefer 160, those in favor? And opposed? And that motion fails. Okay, now we go back to the main motion as before by Councillor Singh for 200. Those in favor? And opposed? And that motion carries. Very good. We will, what time do we have here? Let's get through parks and playgrounds and then we'll take a break. Actually, you know what? Let's take a 5-minute break now because we're going to be breaking not too long for lunch, right? Yeah, 5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 11:15. All right, everyone, let's get the show on the road here. And the show's going pretty well so far, I got to say. I'm pretty happy with our timing. Thank you. So we've dealt with the first two items. Next is parks and playgrounds. I'd look for a mover and an amount on that item. If someone wants to move it, or if someone doesn't want to move it, that's fine too. Anyone? Councillor Schneider.
I'll move 400,000.
400,000 has been moved on parks and playgrounds. Any questions on this item? Councillor, yes, so the parks and playgrounds listed at 345 here has been moved at 400,000. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, who am I asking?
It depends on your question.
I have a question.
Sorry?
Well, I have a question, I guess, to staff.
Well, yeah, it depends what the question is, though. Then we'd figure out
I think
who.
to park staff.
Did he say ask your question?
Yeah, ask your question, and then staff.
Okay, my question is, what's the status of the places and spaces right now?
Sounds like a Ms. McGoldrick question.
So through Chair Davey, Places and Spaces are underway. As Council knows, in August of 2022, Council approved the spaces element of the plan, and the public engagement for Places is underway, which really looks at the amenities within parks and overall programming needs. And so there are several themes associated with that, including year-round use, dog parks, all sorts of courts, all sorts of different aspects of the engagement. And so that engagement will continue throughout the year. There will be information being brought forward to Council for feedback in 2023, and then it's anticipated that the places element will be completed towards the end of 2023 to early 2024.
Okay, so, and that's already funded, that's already looked after financially. That's already being funded.
The strategy development, yes, that is correct.
Okay, so again, I think that we need to know what that strategy is before we start putting more money into parks. So I won't be supporting this increase.
Okay, Mayor Rubenovich.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank staff for bringing this forward, and for the members of council who have been advocating for this, and I mean ultimately we'll also be dealing with the issue of trails and recreational programming and leisure access, and while they're separate items, they're all interconnected in my view to each other and as priorities for the community. So I'll certainly be supporting the motion that's before us. I know the report, the issue paper rather, sort of dealt specifically with, this will do one comprehensive park, or the lesser amount, could do a smaller one. I know also, Mr. Chair, that you've been talking about, as we look at this, the possibility of seeing how this might fit in to some basketball spaces. We know that that's certainly a popular and an affordable sport, and creating those spaces also would allow us to potentially use that as a solid flat pavement, in terms of trying to manage the creation of ice rinks in some of our neighborhoods as well. So I guess, while we're allocating the dollars today, I'm hopeful that there'll be continued dialogue with council on some of the specifics around that, and how we might actually see that broken up going forward. So I don't know if staff can just comment on that.
So just because it's topical to save some time, I was actually, I'll just jump into, my question was actually going to be how staff would respond if committee were to direct that as part of that $400,000, and I'm cognizant of all the information in the report and my anecdotal love of basketball courts, even though I don't like the sport myself, but whatever. I don't. If committee directed that within that $400,000, staff aimed for creating like one basketball court, wherever it is in the city where there's the most need per year. So with that, Ms. Goldrick, go ahead.
So through the chair, I heard two questions there. One was whether funding could be allocated specifically to basketball courts. And the second question I heard was whether council would have an opportunity to weigh in how this additional investment would be allocated. And so perhaps I'll answer the second question that I just articulated first, and that we can certainly bring back how staff would propose prioritizing the allocation of the funding, and bring that back to council. In terms of basketball, Councillor Davey, we are significantly investing in basketball over the course of, in terms of the plans for 2023. We have 4 new courts identified to be constructed and 3 courts to be rehabilitated. We would factor that into the recommendations in terms of staff prioritization. One thing I do want to note, and is the importance of engagement, community engagement, neighborhood engagement around the placement of courts. And so the best way to implement basketball courts is really through an engagement strategy at the time when we're rehabilitating a park and looking to see what community amenity space the neighborhood is looking for. And that is truly how the 4 courts were identified for investment this year. So we can, based on feedback, we can identify potential locations, but we would really want to do that community engagement before specifically allocating locations.
Certainly, and Mayor Vanish's question on will council, see again where the proposed $400,000 would be spent. Oh, sorry, I don't recall. Yes, okay, sorry, I missed that part. Okay, thank you for that, I appreciate it. 3 people in the queue, Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say we don't need a strategy to identify a 40-year timeline to remediate a park is far too long. I can honestly say there are playgrounds that I played on as a child that were outdated, and they're the same playground now without any change, and they continue to be even more so outdated. So I would add some encouragement here that we do need to. I think it's outside the scope of really this discussion. We can try to identify a little bit more so, but I don't want to lose sight that we are already significantly underfunding remediation of our existing parks. It's not about new parks. It's not about additional green spaces. It's about the infrastructure and parks that we identified in our neighborhoods that have provided amenity space that don't have adequate amenities now to what the needs of the community are now of a growing population. So I would really hate to take this $400,000 and start, shifting to some of the other things that are as much needed as well. I agree with you. Perhaps we should be looking at beyond the $400,000, but maybe this year is not the time to do it. But I really hope as encouragement to staff that we try to identify on top of the funding that's within the base budget to do the number of parks as $400,000 ensures that we do 1 extra park. So we improve 1 extra neighborhood. We improve the quality of life of 1 extra neighborhood. That's where I think the priority needs to be. And I support the $400,000.
Thank you. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I as well support the $400,000. As we build more apartments and more high-rises for families, that will create a greater need for parks and open spaces. If anything, what we saw during the beginning of the pandemic was, those families who don't have backyards, who live in apartments, for a lot of the youth, the kids, the parks were the only place that they had any kind of, be able to leave their confines of their apartments. So I definitely believe, parks and playgrounds play an important role in for our youth and for our families in general too. I do have one question, and this might have been answered, or this may be answered with the places coming forward. As far as accessible playgrounds, and again, I ran on this, not that anybody was asking for, but I did bring up, accessible playgrounds and paths and such. Is the idea to put kind of an accessible playground in each kind of ward, or a couple central places that families can access, if they're so inclined to? Ms. McGovern.
So through the chair, yes, in fact, all playgrounds, as they're being replaced, must meet AODA requirements. So are required to be accessible, which is why a replacement playground is not just the playground structure itself. It includes the accessible pathways, the accessible ground-based materials to be able to access the playground, and why it's difficult from a life cycle replacement perspective, because costs have increased significantly. But yes, the intent is to, as we replace playgrounds, reinstate accessible playgrounds.
Okay, and so I guess would the community engagement be part of that process as well? If you look at the location of, if there are group homes around that area, or I know there's a few buildings on Kingsway that service the needs of individuals with physical and developmental disabilities, and so hopefully that's part of the process as well. But again, I fully support the $400,000. I think it's very important for those who don't have access to backyards where they can play safely. So I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Schneider's up next.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I also support the $400,000 for this, and I really want to commend staff. I've benefited from being part of the engagement for the park network of Oaton, Kinsey, and Idlewood Park in my ward. And I've got to tell you, what an efficient use of funding, what a great use of engagement. Instead of putting the same thing in every park, you have great amenities in each one within a close area. So this is a great way of doing things and thinking things and making a neighborhood, giving a neighborhood a lot of amenities and different parks that are very close, very walkable for them. I do want to compliment Sabia and Sukman who did the engagement on this. They were in the parks, and as people were coming to the park and using the park, how do you use it? What would you like to see? The conversations were great. I know the results, the designs that we got for this were fantastic. So having more going into this sort of park network idea, where you can spread the great amenities out among 2 or 3 parks, I think is fantastic. I do agree with Councillor Deneau that at some point I would like to see a sensory or a few sensory playgrounds. I know Elmira's got a fantastic one, and to have one in Kitchener would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider. Councillor Johnson, you're next.
Yes, thank you, and through you, I just wanted to make some comments as well around parks and playgrounds. And when I go through the ward and I look at where people are out and enjoying things in some of the highest needs parts of my wards, they are in our parks. And it just means so much to them, to everyone, to be able to enjoy that green space. And I was part of the Engage group whenever they were looking at Westwood Park. And the different ideas that we're seeing coming from people who are either new to the neighborhood or frankly new to Canada, and the ideas in that they're coming up with are things that are parks of 40 years ago, which many of them still are 40 years old. Councillor saying, they're not meeting the needs, the new needs that we're seeing in our neighborhoods as well, even considering things like shade amenities like more benches, picnic tables, these shade umbrellas and things that we need now that the sun is so much stronger. So I would love to advocate at some point for more money to go into parks. I am not going to do that. Let's keep it at the 400,000, but I cannot stress enough just how important this is for people, that this is their only green space. This is their park. It's their recreation area, and for some, the only green space that they have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davey. I will fully support, 100% support the 400,000 for parks and playgrounds. Is just thinking retrospectively throughout the last 12 years or so, and all the parks in my in the ward that I represent, it seems like it's at least once a year someone is asking, why is this park not being upgraded? And usually it's during the season when it's not this winter time. But usually it's the trails, but I'll talk about that in the next section. So to me, this is, since the pandemic, it's definitely raised the profile, and residents expect way better from what we are offering, and to upgrade a park, as Councillor Singh had put it, means the world to a community and a neighborhood. And I can just recently, last week, I was at an engagement with Meadow Lane Park, and boy, you will get the feel of how important parks are. And even when we're just even talking about enhancing a park to make it look even natural or whatever, we definitely heard the sentiment there. So we need to, there was other things too that, I heard a lot too, like why can't we have workout equipment for more age-friendly, and not all wards like Victoria Park can have that. So, it'd be nice to have that throughout the community. So I think we need to spread and share a little bit of that throughout the city.
Thank you. Councillor Clancy?
Thank you. I too support the 400,000 for parks. I am curious, as a downtown councillor, whenever is appropriate, just that update on the expansion of green space in the downtown core. That's where the majority of new intensification is happening. I'm just curious. I know that we have an amount outlined for the revitalization of a park, but is there an appetite for some private sponsorships for certain items? Like I've had, Eastwood, I know Elmira has a little zip line that's very safe, and certain parks like Montgomery Park, for example, that, a certain addition, I know they've had a golf course, collaboration with neighborhoods to add one feature. Is that possible to incorporate, in the spirit of Love My Hood, but additions to parks and looking at a private-public partnership to fund such opportunities?
Ms. McGoldrick?
So through the chair, we can certainly go back and look at the sponsorship direction that we received from council. We know that parks overall were not included within the sponsorship envelope or offerings. Structures, Mr. May and I were just discussing whether or not structures themselves would be an opportunity for sponsorship. So that's something we can take back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clancy. I think sponsorships come up quite a number of times in this short term of council, and that's something we might have to revisit in the future. Next is Councillor Janot.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Councillor Johnson triggered something in my mind about families in the parks. I know Victoria Park has the little barbecue hibachi areas. I think that would be a great thing to have in all of our parks, whether it's 2 or 3, because I do often see at the park near my house, families on the weekends in the summer, they're bringing their little barbecues. laying out their food. But I think that could be a way to maybe make a little bit of revenue by renting them out for a specific time on a weekend. I worked at a park as a kid or as a young adult, and each weekend there was designated sections of the park that were booked out for a specific party or whatever you wanted to call it. So I think I would like to see that in some of our park restorations, that we add some of those little amenities. And lastly, about the sponsorships. A number of years ago, I bought my grandparents a kilometer on the Trans-Canada Trail. And so I was able to get, they awarded me they gave me a little plaque, and actually I have it up in my office. And so it's cool because I can go on, I can see where their names are in the Niagara region. And so, this kind of applies to sponsorships. If we don't necessarily want to have or reach out to sponsors, what if we had legacy boards at our parks that, you have your base level supporter, your platinum level supporter, and that way, if I donate $1,000, I get my name on this portion of the plaque, and again, it's something that kids or your grandkids or great-grandkids can go and look at and say, hey, this is what they did back in the day. But I'm kind of just rambling on here. But so just it's both of those, I think, are ideas that we could maybe supplement some of our costs.
Yes, certainly good ideas. I don't think staff would be prepared to respond to that today, but they will certainly, I saw some nodding over there, take it as feedback for something that I think we should revisit again in the future. Councillor Michaud?
Thank you, Chair Davey. That is a great idea, Councillor Janelle. I will support the $400,000 for parks. I just want to make a comment. Since the Optimist Park was developed out in Pioneer Park, I don't think there's a day that's gone by, and I can say this with great certainty, that there is no one in that park. It is always, always busy. So any money that any dollars that we can put into our parks across the city is dollars well spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, thank you. I think I've been misunderstood here. I'm a full big park supporter, and in fact I was hoping that we would have a line in the budget to acquire more parkland, but is going to be reviewed and is going to be looked at. If we look at the places part of the Places and Spaces strategy, it says, places will be the vision of Parks in Kitchener. Places focuses on the quality of our parks for placemaking and creating diverse and functional spaces. Parks will explore a wide range of themes, including principles of design, equity, accessibility, environmental, habitat, stormwater and climate change, specific infrastructure planning, playgrounds, sports field, dog parks. So what's being proposed here is outside of the realm of the Places and Spaces work that's being done. And that's why I'm saying, should we wait and see what comes out of that in that review? It's going to happen. It's happening. Rather than jumping the gun, because it kind of, in my mind, undermines all of the work that staff is doing and the public engagement that has happened. The Places is being passed, but the Spaces is still in process. So that's my reason for not wanting to support this at this moment. Do I want to see our parks improved? 100%. In fact, I was told by one of the previous staff members, that probably the most decrepit parks are in my ward. Of course I want to see them improved, but that to me this is not the time to be putting additional money into making this happen.
Okay, there's no one else in the queue. I will be supporting this. This is one of the areas I just like Councillor Johnson said, wish we could put more money into. I have no concerns personally about it being any sort of cart before the horse, because the reality is staff will be having this in their budget that they can reallocate to Places and Spaces, and that comes back. And in the interim, it also lets them do some work in 2023 to catch up some of our playgrounds that are decrepit. So I see no harm. As a matter of fact, would say that when you have money before you that's within budget to go to something like this, I think you create a danger in voting against it, because who knows what the pressures will be in the future. So with that, I don't see anyone else in the queue on this item. Those in favor of $400,000 to parks and playgrounds? And opposed? And that carries. Okay, next up is the annual paving of trails. Councillor Singh. Oh, pardon me, I skipped one, pardon me. Next up is, I should have known Councillor Singh would have been quick on that one, is the Free Recreation and Programming Leisure Access. Councillor Clancy.
Hi, I'd like to move a motion of $400,000. The enhanced budget. The reason I say that is when we all discussed our tax increase, I think we recognized the weight it brings to those living on a fixed income. What I like about the enhanced option is that there is the group card. You know, when I think of the folks at Rockaway Community Centre, they are the ones that are living on a dime. They're being able to stay in their homes because they have access to great seniors programming. And thank you, staff. Bright Up Centre as well, offering really high quality seniors programming. And when I think of the money being asked for by the region, by the city, etc., and their bills, I do feel like that group of vulnerable citizens will be impacted, and also the 2 weeks of camp. So as a school social worker, I think this portfolio really addresses the needs of vulnerable citizens in our community, and I think breathing life into programming for young people, giving parents that reprieve in the summertime, focusing on older adults. These are the folks, I think, where I look at mental health and well-being and the financial impact of a tax increase. This is where these are the populations that we can truly serve well by investing and creating. Mr. May, can you clarify again? I know there were some top priorities that came out of the survey. Can you speak to the top three values and needs people responded with in their survey?
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So the city's Environic survey, which is a statistically valid survey of Kitchener residents, identified three priorities for recreation. I may get this in the wrong order, but I don't think I will. The first was mental health and well-being. The second was supports for vulnerable populations, and the third was physical fitness or physical activity.
So thank you. As a social worker, I strongly believe in, I think there's high statistic evidence that, when we consider that health isn't ours, it's the province, it is our responsibility, and this is where we can invest in the mental health and well-being, and I like that this is the portfolio where we can really truly serve the most vulnerable in our community, lower income folks, vulnerable populations. And I also like the Toonie swims. You know, as a social worker, there's a lot of bureaucracy to accessing some of the accessibility funds. I think it still needs to be there. I think our lowest, like people living on OW and ODSP, that recreation piece adds fun. Kids don't come back in September at the end of the summer and say, what did you do? I played video games. They want to talk about, playing soccer and going to camp. And I think the recreational swims, that alleviates that additional barrier for some of our folks that might not make use of it, even if it is available. That's my experience, because what I know, I'm catching you off guard, but do you have on the top of your head the number of people making use of the access card, the leisure access allowance?
Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Chair, unfortunately, I don't have that number with me.
Okay. My understanding is it's probably much lower than the actual need in the community. And so I think that's why the Toonie swims are especially important, because it just reduces that layer of accessibility and puts everybody on an equal playing field, which I think is important, that people don't feel singled out, and that regardless of their capacity to go through the leisure access process, they still have avenues toward cooling, especially in the summer. I believe we're going to be moving from 10 extreme heat days to close to 60 in the coming decades. So we have to think of extreme heat, and access to swimming, I think, is the best way that everybody can make use of our spaces. So I'd like to move for $400,000 in the recreation allotment.
Thank you, Councillor Clancy. Next up is Councillor Owoduni.
Thank Thank you very much, Chair. I fully support this, in line with what Councillor Clancy had talked about. During times like this, mental health is a critical issue that we need to pay attention to. There's a need for connection with people, importance of exercising, getting together with others. I strongly feel this is an area when inflation is on the high and people have to start reviewing and looking at their budgets. These are some of the first things that gets cut out of their budget. So us being able to provide some of their subsidy would be amazing. Now, in terms of the base and the enhanced, I'm interested in hearing from other councillors as they share their thoughts on 300 or 400, just to get an idea of what other people are thinking in this area. I'm flexible in that area, but I'm fully in support of this. But in line with it, I just wanted to throw in another comment. I know when new immigrants come in, one of the key things that hurts them is the separation from their families. And whenever you have your grandparents or your parents come to visit from other countries, one of the key things that I hear repeatedly is how bored they get because they're home most of the time and they don't have activities and things that they can be a part of within the city because there's nobody home and they're the only ones home. I do know that we have a lot of great programs for adults. I'm just interested in how can we reach out to residents just to let them know about it. So when you have family and parents who probably barely speak English or speak a little bit of it, and all they do is sit at home and watch TV, and my mom leaves after 6 days and she says, don't kill me in this, you're new in this country. I prefer to go back to my motherland where I have people that I can talk to and connect with. So we only end up seeing her every 3-4 years for 1 week because she just can't stand it. So that's just something I wanted to drop in there to the team, just to remember those individuals with more immigrant families that are coming in. That's a need and a concern that tends to come up as well. But I support this.
Very good, thank you. Next up is Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I absolutely support some aspect of funding towards recreational programming. I think we can do better. We can do more. What's outlined here, I think there are a number of things that can create tremendous amount of benefit, and some others that reflect well on us, show well, but perhaps may not necessarily achieve the greatest benefit either. Personally for myself, where I see the greatest need is 100% increase to a leisure access card. That's the greatest equalizer of all, going from $300 to $400. The other is specialized youth programming. That's a segment of our population coming out of the pandemic that has the greatest need towards mental health, making sure that they're active, making sure that they have a safe place to go, safe programming to participate with. And not all community centers are equal, where they have the same level of programming available in them. Some have a lot, some have nothing. Where there's nothing, it's incumbent on us to make sure we're utilizing the asset, because that asset wasn't cheap, it wasn't free, it cost a lot for us to put it in. We want to make sure that neighborhood gets the best use out of it. The other is providing leisure access for one fee, but increasing it. So provide leisure access users with 2 weeks of day camp for the price of one. We're talking about families that need the most. We're talking about youth that probably, that families don't have the financial means to send their children to youth programs. So if we can broaden that capacity, that's definitely providing for the greatest need. Where I struggle a little bit, and I'm not there yet, I'm sorry, Mr. May, I see the rationale and the benefits, and I'm not disagreeing wholeheartedly. I just see greater need in other places more so. Is perhaps the reduced cost to recreational swim for a toonie. I see this as a correlation to what I think our federal government did towards the child tax benefit. In the past, we used to get $150 for every family. Someone's making over $250,000, they get $150 for a child. Someone's making $25,000, they get $150 per child. That's ridiculous. Those that can pay for it should pay for it. Those that can't pay for it should have the subsidy, should have the flexibility to participate, and we got to make sure we do more. And I think we are doing that through the increase of the leisure access card. And that is why perhaps I want to leave some flexibility where down the road, as we see needs arise, that's the program that I want to continue and seeing increased from 300 to 400, perhaps from 400 to 500 in future years. The reason why I see this is tuning is still a lot for a family. When you have multiple members in the family, they want to participate, and it's not about hoping that they can swim once a month, once a week, once a summer. That's sad. What we want to make sure is they can get the greatest use that they can possibly have through the leisure access card. So which means multiple swims, not having to still figure out, hey, it's going to cost us $10 as a family to go, can we afford it or not? Rather, what we got to do, take it upon us, make it easier to qualify for the leisure access card. Make that communication easier, how people can participate into that program. If that's where the allocation needs to be more so, to reduce the red tape, if there's red tape, that's where I'd be more supportive of. So based on that, I'm offering amendment, Mr. Chair. I would probably support the 240,000 there. My rationale is because the 100,000 from the leisure access, 60,000 from the specialized youth, and the 75,000 for the increase for the day camp. That brings the total to 235. I'm just rounding it after 240 to give some little bit of flexibility there. So that would be my motion.
Okay, I will take that amendment. I still have 3 people in the queue. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Clancy, for moving that. I fully support the 400,000 enhanced amount going toward this. I think, the idea of thinking of accessibility, making sure everybody has access to the facilities that we have, and also mental health that's a key issue. So I fully support the 400,000 enhanced proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I'm looking at our investment options here, and I would be silly for me not to say we are definitely, with some of these allocations right now, or potentially could go over our allocated budget. And so unless we cut in the next 3 areas, I'm not against increasing the amount, because I do believe, again, recreational programming is important. Now, I do have, some concerns about the inequities between the centers. You have a couple that are really, really booming, then you have a couple that are not. And so, as far as each community center, what is the allocation in their budget for advertising and media and getting the information out about the programs that they offer?
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the budget allocation would be not done on an individual community center level, and I would say to you it would be minimal. We do pay for neighborhood association newsletter printing, and as you know, they offer a lot of the programming, and so that is one way we support neighborhood associations in promoting their programs.
Okay, I look at where the ward in which I live in, and the area and around it. We have lots of lower income housing, lots of newcomers to Canada, and I said this before, I don't think our center is being utilized to the degree that it could be utilized, and again, I'm not sure if that's a lack of communication, the lack of understanding, but I definitely think that's something we could do better for some of those centers that aren't as readily used as much as they could be. But I'd like to amend the amendment, okay, and propose $300,000 to add a few of the extras in here. And I guess we can decide on that at another point in time, but yeah, $300,000 to the amendment of 240. And with that, I'm done. Thank you.
40. And, okay, and I think the way I was hoping was that we would just go with one amendment, but just looking to the clerk, you can amend the amendment, but then it stops there, right? Okay, for reasons of sanity? Okay, gotcha. So, just so everyone's keeping track, so the way this is going to work, well, not so far, because we have to deal with this first. So, the original motion was moved at 400. Councillor Singh moved 240, amended the 400 to 240, and Councillor Deneau amended the 240 to 300. And sorry, Councillor Deneau, can you clarify? Because I think what we're going to have to we might be getting into is what we're actually funding. So, and you don't have to answer that now, maybe I'll come back to you, but within the 300, if you can look on page, if everyone can look on pages Appendix F35 and 36, it outlines what all those options are, and if you can break them out as to what we're actually supporting and what not, so staff has some clarity, okay? On that, I still have 3 people in the queue. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I'm loving all the comments, the care and compassionate comments I'm hearing around the horseshoe here. I just want to point out, too, that the base investment is already going to be increasing the leisure access allocation for children, youth, and older adults, reducing the cost of recreational swims, making specialized youth programming free for all users, and expanding older adult programs to neighborhoods. The enhanced option is for providing leisure access users with 2 weeks of a day camp, two for the price of one, and removing the annual membership fee for the Kitchener group card. So some good work has already been done. So I think that's fantastic, and I've already contacted staff, and there is work being done on finding sponsors for swimming, so we could have some free sponsored swimming sessions, exactly like the free skating sessions that we have right now, thanks to the generosity of some great community businesses. So just wanted to get that out there and thank those who are wanting to invest in the health and well-being of our community through sponsorship of skating and swims.
So, Councillor Schneider, I might come back to you actually, if it's your preference. If it ultimately turns out that the Toonie Swims is not supported, perhaps you want to actually give that direction to staff then, that staff look into sponsorship in the same fashion as free skating, et cetera. Okay, very good. Mayor Rabinovich?
Thank you very much. And maybe just a couple of questions for staff. First of all, on the leisure access, I think it is one that we should increase. I think we should make it easier for people to access, although I know there is, I believe, and maybe staff can confirm this, there's sort of a standard way for people to apply for these programs, and so I think we need to make sure that, we're not creating different systems or bureaucracies beyond that standard way. But ease of use is important to me. So staff can confirm that, first of all, and secondly, confirm, my understanding with leisure access is we've never said no to someone, so even at the end of the year, if, as the year moves forward and we find that we're going over budget, we still accept those, I believe, and if need be, look to adjust the budget in future years or just deal with it as a one-time overage if it's not a trend. So I'm wondering if staff can comment on that.
So, Mayor Rabinovich, I think we'll just quickly add, I think you actually had to step out for other business, but I asked your exact first question at operating, because I too would rather, if you're increasing, I'd rather increase the number of people that use the program by 25% than those that already are by 25%. But staff already answered, they have to stick within the existing financial model on that. It would cause issues otherwise. But Mr. May?
So through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, we have a standard approach to this type of program, which is very much in line with the other municipalities in the region. It's based on an eligibility income cutoff set by the province. I do want to thank the mayor for allowing me to say the one thing I almost didn't get to say in the first budget in 12 years, which is, and it is important for the new members of council, this is a program where we will never turn away an individual because we are out of money. So we will go over budget in this area if we have demand, and we have done that on several occasions. I do just want to note, to go back to the last point, Mr. Chair, certainly within your rights to pass a motion around pool sponsorships, it's not necessary. Work's already being done on that, and I suspect we will see those start to happen this year.
Excellent.
Okay, my other question is if we go with the 300 amendment, it doesn't quite get us there for everything but the Toonie swims. And so any perspectives from staff? Because one of the things that I think is important that hasn't been included is option 4 there, which was the expanding older adult wellness, active living and learning programs to neighborhoods. And one of the things we've regularly heard from constituents and quite frankly from councillors as well is that we want to see these kinds of things throughout the city and not just at Rockway and Bright Up and downtown community centers. So I'd be loath to not see that move forward. So I don't know if staff have any thoughts, or since we have an amendment to an amendment, if Councillor Deneau might consider making his 300,000 amendment actually a 310 amendment.
Councillor Deneau actually asked if he could go through and allocate, so if you're prepared to do that, can you go ahead?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I queued back in to say 310. I'm a rec guy. Math is not our forte. Quick question for staff. What is the income level where people they qualify for subsidies or the leisure access card?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have the dollar amount. It is the low-income cutoff line set by Statistics Canada and in place by the province. I would just ask for clarity. So I appreciate that you're increasing it to 310, but this is a menu of options, and so what we need to know is what is the options that you're putting forward?
That was going to be what I asked next. So, Councillor Deneau, do you know which options? So there's again on page F35. There's options 1 through 6. So if we're removing 310, we need to know what adds up to 310. And do you want to think about it for a second?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're going to think about it for a second, there's no one else in the queue. I'll make my comment. I know there's all sorts of amendments on the table. I just would like to, like I said, my opportunity to state my preference. I was hoping we actually moved a total of $210,000 for this, and my rationale would be basically all of the options in the base investment, minus the Toonie swims, because I think there's will be an opportunity for some sponsorship on that, and perhaps possibly even free swims if we're lucky. And the reason I wouldn't support, while I respect, Councillor Singh's adding the $75,000 for the 2 weeks of day camp, I think that as a first step, that's actually the exact same group that would be having access to the leisure access card, having their dollar value bumped from 300 to 400. I think that is a reasonable first step, and then see where that pans out in future years. And to be frank, I'm also starting to get worried about our allocation. Mr. Haggie, what are we at right now?
Through the chair, it depends where we end up on this. It could be as high as have allocated $1 million if we get the $400,000 option. If it is 310, which is on the floor right now, it would be 910,000 that would be allocated, and if it was 240, it would be 840 allocated.
840, okay. And if Scott somehow magically got his way, which I think is impossible, it would be 810 at this point. Okay, thank you. Councillor Deneau, did you figure it? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 would get me to 310.
Just give me 1 second here. Yep. No, sorry. And Councillor Singh, you got yours. Yours are 1, 3, and 5, correct? Yep, go ahead, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to specify again. It would be 1, 3, and 5, but very quickly, as a comment to what you said, I agree with you, but the thing is, the day camps is a relatively larger cost, and that's why I think funding there is good. The rationale I was making is if there's sufficient monies in a leisure access card where people can go for swimming, for skating, for other recreational usages, that way at least we don't have to consider the Toonie swim. Otherwise, if you want to get rid of that, then we have to consider Toonie swim in my mind as well.
Okay. Yeah, certainly. And again, my only point would be I would remove that, include the older adult wellness, because then that sort of spreads out affecting our residents more across the board, but that's fine. So Mayor Verbenovich. I will go through the options when it's time to vote on these things.
Yeah, so I will support the 310 and the options that are on the table, so 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I think those are all extremely important in the current environment. We know that our older adult population, number one, is growing significantly. Number two, we know that they are being impacted, not exclusively, but for in many cases, more so than others. Part of the reason being because many older adults are asset rich, but cash poor, quite frankly, in the sense that they may have a house that they own, that they've paid off, but their incomes are limited and dealing with challenging times. And we know, we're all getting older ourselves. Some of you are younger, but many of us, still have parents around, and we know the importance of socialization, of interaction, of staying active. And as that population grows, and we know what they've been through in terms of the pandemic, and we're impacted in more significant ways, I really think it's critical that we don't lose sight of that in those investments. And I know I wouldn't be doing my job as the M in Max if I wasn't strongly advocating for this.
Okay, thank you. So there's no one else in the queue. So this, and I guess I might look to the clerk. So supposing I vote against, because there's a menu of options, I just want to be clear on this. If I were to vote against the 310, that would necessarily, and it were to fail, that would necessarily mean any of the individual options couldn't be voted on without a reconsideration, correct? Okay. So what we're going to vote on first then is Councillor Deneau's amendment to the amendment, and that is for $310,000 total and that includes options on page F35, options 1, correct me if I'm wrong, 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6, correct? Okay. Okay. And just by way of comment, I will not be supporting this because I am worried that, frankly, I would rather see some of these funds go to the paving of trails, and we're bumping up against that upper end. So I will not be supporting it. I would be looking for, frankly, I would be looking for a drop of options 5 and 6 personally, and we're leaving the rest of those options in place. But with that in mind, if you don't mind, folks, I'm actually going to, because this one's getting a bit more complicated, I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on this stretch. So again, so is everyone clear? So the amount is 310, and it is options 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the motion fails. So I would look for, oh wait, I wouldn't look for another motion. Now it would go back to Councillor Singh's motion at 2:45. Sorry? No, Ashton moved the original one, you amended, Councillor Singh. Right. So it would be Councillor Singh's amendment at 2:45, and sorry, I'm just thinking, yes, sorry, 2:40, and it was options 1, 3, 5, yes. So I'm just gonna, and this will be a recorded vote as well. I'm just thinking on this one, Mayor Verbenovich.
So are you still open to taking another motion, or?
You could amend the amendment still at this point.
So you're, Councillor Singh, you're moving 1,
Councillor Singh's moving 135 for a total of, well, it's really 235. Just make it 235. Make life simple for me.
135.
Just 135 is the current amendment.
I'm going to add 50 to that, so number 4, in terms of older adult programs at the community centers around the city. I'm disappointed that we didn't approve the previous amendment, but I think it's critical that we make these investments in our older adults around the city.
So you're just doing the math. I think we're at 285?
285.
285, that's what I thought, yeah. 285 is the amendment we're voting on. So, just so everyone's clear then, we're voting, the amendment we're voting on now, can Councillor Clance get to you in just one sec? It would be options 1, 3, 4, and 5, correct, Mayor Rabinovich? Yeah, okay. Councillor Clancy?
Yeah, I just feel like there's some synergies to adding programming. We have bricks and mortars. We've spent millions of dollars to create community centers, and I want to fill them up, and I think this is a good opportunity. So I'm glad to see the addition of number 4.
Okay. Our total now would be, if this is approved, we would be at 285. This would be 285, right? I'm struggling with this myself. Councillor Singh?
Yeah, I'm struggling too because I want to fund everything, right? I want to fund everything and then some. But the problem is, as you kind of articulated before, Mr. Chair, is there's a lot of other needs as well. And if we start to place pressures on this, then, you know, we have to deviate on some of the other items that are just as equitable. Mike, can I ask a clarification question? Because I do want to see some sort of assistance towards expanded programming for seniors. I think it's a good area. But can we do like a phase approach where we can try, and that way it's we can get a better reflection of the need in the community, and we can look to broaden it in the coming budget. So perhaps rather than the 50, 25,000.
Mr. May.
I don't want nickel and dime. I just want to make sure that we're getting the best.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, I think where that may be less efficient is that what we hope to do is, say, create a successful program at one community center for older adults that we can then replicate at multiple and not have to invest in creating a new program every single time. And so I think we would lose that if the number was less.
Okay, so we do need the 50,000 there.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, you know what, Mr. Chair, I'm going to support the change, although I did put the initial amendment. You know, I'm always reflective and cognizant of, you know, the wants and needs of my colleagues as well, and I think the mayor has articulated well the flexibility, the need for broadened programming for seniors, as well as the need for youth. So we don't want to miss one over the other. I think they're both important. So although it's increased costs, I think it would be fair on us to assist with both.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to just say, you know, could we round it to say 250 or something and include something from all of them? But Mr. May, I believe, just answered that in saying that that's not really feasible. So I will withdraw that comment then.
Okay, and yeah, and just to clarify my vote on this, again, I'm not going to be supporting it at this point. I think the overall funding in this is, frankly, I was hoping to have additional dollars for some of the items that are coming up, and I can't support all of these things if we put 285 personally in this one. So I fully expect I'm not going to be successful. That's fine. Councillor Owoduni?
Just out of scope on this one, but is it possible, as we're making all the allocation changes, is there a way we can annotate on the screen where the money is going? Because I have a brain of a fish, and I'm having a hard time remembering what the number was for previous things. So at least in my head, I know, okay, if this is changing, then this is what we're looking at for this one.
Yeah, I was actually kind of was hoping that would happen. I don't know if Mr. Hagee can take it over from here.
I don't know if that's possible.
Mr. Hagee?
It is. I have it on the fly. It just needs to get moved over by clerks. So I can make it a little bit bigger as well. So, well, it's hard to read up there. It's not so bad on your screen in front.
Okay, so everyone can see that. So if this is approved, we would be at $885,000, okay? So again, is everyone clear on what we're voting on? 285 for options 1, 3, 4, 5. Okay? And again, record a vote if we could. And that carries. Okay, next up is the paving of trails. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to staff for recirculating my request, the pilot project details. Hopefully my colleagues had a chance to take a look at that. It really, for the returning councillors, a refresh, and of course for the new councillors, really seeing the body of work that went into this consideration of outlining the necessity and the importance of trails in our existing neighborhoods as effective routes to schools. The report outlines, I just want to quickly highlight, and then I have a clarification question from staff as well. Once more, bear with me, Mr. Chair, I'll try to do this within my time. The report outlines that there are 131 kilometers that are effectively 1.6 kilometer radius from a school. And out of that, we already have actually 45 kilometers that are currently paved. We have paved but no winter maintenance, and we have 51.6 kilometers that are not paved or winter maintained, 34 kilometers that are paved and winter maintained currently, to make up a total of 131.9. That's a lot of kilometers, but that's a lot of routes that provide safe alternative to driving, that do, this is a comment more than a question, but I'll get to my question, that take cars off the road, that effectively are in keeping of our sustainability targets and GHG reduction, where we're providing a year-round, choice other than driving to a school, where we know that traffic and other safety issues rely on that as well. And I think I asked this question during, I was operational capital, it wasn't really clarity. We initially thought it was like 17 kilometers or whatever, but I mean, this report really does remind us there's a significant amount of kilometers still left. I think right now we're doing about half a kilometer per year, so that's what I look to staff to clarify.
Ms. McGoldrick.
So through the chair, the annual amount that we're paving fluctuates from year to year. I can say in 2023 and 2024, we have 2 kilometers of trail already allocated in the budget to be paved, and 1.35 kilometers of new trail to be added.
Okay, and of the trails that are paved but not winter maintained, the 45 kilometers, there's an operating cost going back to the original report. I'm assuming through the Trails and Master Plan and some of the work that's come in since then, and obviously our inclusion of the the usage of trails within our Trails and Cycling Master Plan. Are those trails that are asphalted already now winter maintained, or that's not been allocated yet?
So through the chair, I don't have the information to say how many kilometers of those have been converted into winter maintained. One of the things that we were evaluating is based on the condition of the pavement, because there's a life cycle associated with the asphalt. What elements of those trails could be maintained or would need to be rehabilitated. And so we are looking at a trail, existing trails that are paved, a rehabilitation program associated with that, but I don't have the information.
The hope is that as many of the trails that are within reasoned condition, because of the, kind of the support through council from previous directions, I'm assuming as much of that is being winter maintained now.
That is correct. And through all the new trails that would be paved, we've identified and allocated the appropriate operating cost associated with the winter maintenance.
And of the 34.8 kilometers that are paved and winter maintained, how much of that is within our downtown? The reason why I ask is not that I'm picking downtown over suburban wards whatsoever, because I know the Iron Horse Trail is a wider trail, multi-use trail that's winter maintained. So is that part of that overall calculation?
So through the chair, there is a map at the back of that report. I don't know how many kilometers are specifically identified in the downtown, but when you look at the spatial distribution within the map, I would say a lot of that is within subdivision areas outside of the downtown.
Okay, all right, thank you. So going back to, quickly, if I can carry, not to take too much time. Mr. Chair, I would be pushing for 600,000. I want to reiterate as a kind of aspect of importance of this item to my colleagues, we have 51 kilometers currently that need to be done. Through Ms. McGoldrick's answers, there's probably more than that because there are some trails that are end of life cycle, that cannot be winter maintained, so that would probably put increased pressure of that 51 kilometer amount. So the fact of the matter is, any aspect of increase that we can do will go a long way for us to meet that, that target that in future years, these trails will provide a year-round access alternative to our schools. At the very least, these trails also act as a connection point between neighborhoods, between shopping centers, with kind of creating that 15-minute neighborhoods, along with enhancing our cycling network, where we can trail and winter maintain the hydro corridor, which are big stretches of our community that go directly and connect to our LRT stations. This is about transportation. It's not about trails only. This is about connectivity. This is about sustainability. This is about equity. It hits so many things, and an aspect of importance. It's something that this council has repeatedly emphasized as an aspect of importance in past budgets and through past directions. So now that there's an opportunity and a time, we want to make sure that we don't do piecemeal just to feel like we're doing something, but rather than set a appropriate target, where we will still take decades for us to achieve our intended goal, but it could take multiple decades if you do with a lesser amount. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Councillor Singh and Chair Davey, for giving me the floor. I wholeheartedly believe in your sermon, Councillor Singh. It's one of the things, as I've stated numerous times, and when we're not talking about social issues, when we're talking about city issues, and it's trails, it's traffic calming, and the other one is, in my opinion, garbage. So those are the three that I'm constantly always being asked about and concerned. So, one is Monarch Woods. I get asked about that all the time. Another one is out by the highway there, the access there, that's dangerous. Not all of us are lucky to be inclusive with the spur line and get lights and everything else and have all that stuff. Not all of us are included in that. So I would prefer to see more equity throughout the city. And I wholeheartedly support the 600,000, and I know this is something that I know Councillor Singh and myself, and prior to Councillor Johnson, we've been flagging this for some time, and accessibility doesn't stop at, just like it's with dealing with parents walking to school with their strollers. It's also built for age-friendly to have these trails, paved. And I know it's a big process that we're undertaking, but we need to give it some true lip service and put the full 600,000 in it. And I just have one on my own street, a trail that's closed, connecting two streets, and it's from failing infrastructure. And so, I'm getting bombarded with that. So, I mean, we need to fund these, we need to be equitable, we need to spread this around, and we need to get this done as soon as possible. And the way of the future of transportation is micromobility, exactly the way Councillor Singh had mentioned it. I don't think cars are going to be as fluid as we think they are. I think people are going to take a scooter and come downtown or whatever. And so that's why I think this is very important.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston?
Yes, thank you. And I hope that it's fine that I don't ask a question here, that I can just make a comment.
Actually, that's what we're, oh yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
you wouldn't want to break the trend.
Yeah, thank you. And, you know, I often hear from people actually from other wards, frankly from Councillor Singh's ward and Councillor Ioannidis' ward, who want to take the trails through Ward 8 to get to the downtown and to get to their jobs there. And they're concerned that they that parts of my ward don't have winter accessibility for them to continue to be able to ride their bikes and to get there through active transportation. So truly, this is, it is equity, it's cutting down on greenhouse gases, it is making for those complete neighborhoods that people have in the summertime or close to them. We still have a lot of work to do on that as well. But to take that piece away in the wintertime really is ridiculous when this is your mode of transportation that you count on, and we're putting more cars than on the road in the wintertime. So I am in full support of the $600,000 to go towards the paving of our trails. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I validate and agree with everything Councillor Singh, Councillor Ioannidis, and Councillor Johnson said. I think that we learned one thing during the pandemic. It was how much people appreciated our trails. It was a discovery. A lot of people didn't even know we had such amazing trails. And I learned further during the storm that we had in May of 2022, when those trails were disrupted temporarily, how much people loved them and wanted to get them back online. And I do see Josh Shea, our manager of forestry and natural areas manager here. I want to publicly thank you and every single one of your frontline staff, all of our park staff, for the absolutely incredible job that they did and the coordinating that had to be done, coordinating them, outside contractors to deal with a once-in-a-lifetime storm. It was incredible. I see the trail in my ward along River Road and the absolute damage it was done to that and how great it looks now. Fantastic job. So I fully support as much as we can give to this. I just really wanted to say publicly once again how much we appreciate the work that you, your staff, and all our forestries, our communications team, everybody did. We pulled together. People were pulled out of regular jobs to help out with this. Just the adaptation and the teamwork was incredible to deal with this, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider. Councillor Clancy.
I appreciate active transportation very much, and I'm glad to hear Councillor Singh prioritize people being able to walk and cycle to schools. Like, you know, anybody who has kids or lives near a school can say that it's shocking how few people actually get their kids to school, and oftentimes it's because they don't feel safe. You know, so I think those little nuggets here and there that we can do to, like Councillor Ioannidis shared, move one street to another instead of having to go around really makes that, especially on a cold day like today, possible. I do want to add a little tweak. I hate to do this, but I'm just looking at our total, and it's really close to 1.5. So if we do hit that, it leaves no space for other options. I just wonder if I'd like to make an amendment to be I'd like to reduce it by 35,000. So that would be 565, and that would leave 50,000 for the next two items. So it's a small tweak just to create, when I think of arts and culture, for example, we get really good bang for our buck. You know, when we look at our city as being, recognized as our, one of the top tech booming cities in North America. When we look at the way in which the downtown is shaping, arts and culture is a prime investment into that quality of life that I think makes it a place where people want to live. So by not funding arts and culture, I don't want to go past the 1.5 because I want to respect the limits that we've been given. So I am asking for a small amendment just to create some space for that ongoing investment in arts and culture of $50,000. So I'm going to make an amendment to fund the pavement of trails to $565.
Thank you, Councillor Clancy. Councillor Odin.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to Councillor Singh for his campaign speech and the energy that he put into it. Hands going and throwing it. I thought I was listening to Martin Luther King over here. Martin Luther saying, I am fully in support because of the energy that was put into this. So thank you for it. I mean, you hear about Ottawa's campaign, the trails, excuse me. So it'll be great to have our own connected trails as well. I just want to confirm, line 23, is that the current total that we have? So we're currently at 1.5 without the last two items?
1.45.
1.45, excuse me.
The line number 1.
Right, line number 1. Okay, all right, thank you. I just want to make sure we're all aware that we still have two more items and we're currently...
And to clarify, staff will quite rightly put in the current amendment on the table. So that's if it's approved at 565 instead of 600.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree, our trails are important. They're important to connect communities and get people around. And provide them safer alternatives than riding along the streets. I guess my concern is that we are reaching that $1.5 million with not much room for B&E. And, I can't go back to my constituents if we do go over 1.5 and say, well, we went over 1.5, sorry, with a higher tax increase. And so I'm not proposing anything at this point in time, but I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that there's very little wiggle room in those last two asks. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of clarification, Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you, because I think we are quite focusing on the 1.5, and we didn't really go into detail at the beginning of the onset of this discussion to kind of address the fact that there are other issue papers that could provide potential leeway for us to be able to fund some of the things that may not necessarily be able to fund out of the 1.5 allocation here. I'm not saying that's necessarily all those issue papers would be supported, but if there's some willingness on the rationales provided, and there could be some flexibility. I just wanted to articulate that.
Thank you. I'll have comment on that as well. Next up is Mayor Verbenovich.
Thanks very much, Chair Davey, and I will support the 600, but I'll have a good rationale, I think, that, and I'll maybe, I don't know if he's in the queue yet, but Councillor Ioannidis, I think may have a solution that we discussed for option E, and that just leaves then B to sort of be dealt with, which I actually have some questions of staff on when we get to it. But in terms of the trails, I couldn't agree more. It was a very passionate speech, so I will give Councillor Singh kudos for that. I guess, my only question as we build these trails is, when we get to the point of each having jetpacks, will there be like landing spots for our jetpacks on the trail system? But in all seriousness, throughout the pandemic and so on, we did see demand and use as people tried to get out and do things, go up significantly, and that trail use continues. And I think once people learned of them and explored them, they want to be able to continue to use them year-round, which is a good thing in terms of wellness and health and all those kinds of things. And, I think it's, as was said in the beginning, these investments in parks and playgrounds, trails, our recreational programming adjustments that we made, these are so critical right now because these are all options that provide for free to low-cost opportunities at a time when things are particularly difficult for some folks. So I am happy to support the 600, and I'm hopeful that we can still get to a number of the other things with some of the suggestions that I and others will be bringing forward.
Councillor Ioannidis was in the queue right after you, Mayor Urbanovich. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, I was going to add what Mayor Urbanovich said. I'm looking at an alternative funding source for arts and culture and a different type of, I'm looking for an enhancement in service, so in a different way. So when that comes up.
Yeah, I'm struggling with proceeding for a bit because Councillor Clancy being in the dark, I mentioned, I had a brief discussion with you too. If you wouldn't mind, I guess at my discretion, Councillor Ioannidis or Mayor Urbanovich asking staff about your alternative funding source to see if it's a viable option, so Councillor Clancy has some comfort in, and those of the rest of the committee, frankly, have some comfort in their decision on this one. Councillor Ioannidis, go ahead.
I don't know the exact amount and what the full total allocation is, but I'm looking at, just a small portion from the EDIF fund.
Looking at an allocation towards arts and culture specifically, so the issue paper had, there's different spots there, but you're looking for an allocation more like a one-time capital allocation from EDIF, is that the intent?
Correct.
Okay.
And then I'm going to add an additional, that we need to holistically look at some more things anyways.
Okay, and do you know, and the amount that you would ask? Mr. Reben's in the queue, but
100,000.
100,000, Mr. Reben, could you comment on that?
Yeah, through the chair. And so the Economic Development Reserve has a balance of $2.3 million. And we would, if council chose to make a one-time allocation, we'd recommend from the Economic Development Reserve, not EDIF. EDIF is recommended to fund the major strategies that are outlined in Making Kitchener 2.0.
That's what I meant. Sorry.
Thank you. I thought that was some important context, Councillor Clancy, that I would say that I would definitely be supporting that transfer from arts and culture. So,
Okay, knowing that the funding could be found in other places, I withdraw my amendment.
Excellent. I'll speak my comments. Mr. Reben, go ahead.
Through the chair, so I just want to clarify that would be a one-time allocation only, so we would have to look at ongoing funding after that, because funding ongoing operating from a reserve would put the reserve in a not great place over time.
100%. That's noted. So again, I'm not going to comment on everything I could have said has been said. I will happily support this. So those in favor? No, not recorded, unless someone asks for recorded. Those in favor? And none are opposed. That carried unanimously. Sorry, I only asked for the recorded vote on the free recreational programming because it was complicated with all the measures. So we are now down to $15,000, and the next item up is the advancing the greening of the city's fleet, and obviously $15,000 isn't enough to fund that. But one question, I suppose, and I've had sort of formal conversations with staff about what happens with these items that aren't approved. What is staff's outlook and view when council is determining these? Do these items go away forever? Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, as was indicated, this whole process was intended to give council an opportunity early in your term to fund things that were high priorities arising from the election and from citizen feedback. We anticipate through the upcoming strategic planning discussions, you will identify the priorities for your term of council, and then future budgets will be aligned in that direction. We know that sustainability is a key theme for council and for the public. One of the reports that you'll receive this year will be an update on our sustainability targets, and in particular, council's ambition to move towards the transformed WR greenhouse gas reduction targets, 50 by 30 and 80 by 50. That will come with a significant price tag, and so you will have a budget discussion around that issue, and I have no doubt that will inform the 2024 budget.
Okay, thank you. I thought that context was important. So before I take a motion on this one, I just want to be clear, when there is no money left in the budget, this would, if the next option gets moved and the option would be to go over budget, or I guess my hope would be if no one moves this option at all, then it would come back as in the future. However, if it is moved and going over budget, it would, my concern would be it would put members of committee in perhaps the unenviable position of making it look like we're voting against sustainability when that isn't the case. So I just wanted to provide that context before I go through. I have Councillor Clancy.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight the issue paper. Thank you so much. I know we've asked a lot of staff when we've required a response. So on Appendix F31, as it shows here, the operating costs of electric vehicles are significantly less than those of ISO, internal combustion engine. Thank you, sorry, brain fart. So my question is, given that we spend more on capital, we save more on operations, and we have been in the practice during this budget meeting of borrowing from reserves, this is one of the items that reinforces why we have this money in the first place. When we spend a bit of chunk of change ahead of time, we get money back. So this is like a revenue wash over like typically over 5 years, electric vehicles save thousands of dollars per vehicle. So I just want to ask staff if there is a possibility of funding this proposal by shifting money from operational budget to capital, or from borrowing from reserves and paying it back, because it is a kind of investment, just like investing in the stock market, where we get money back over time and it should pay itself off in comparison to the ICE vehicles.
Thank you. Ms. McGoldrick.
So through the chair, certainly we want to look at how best to fund Green Fleet. Currently, the maintenance model in terms of how we do chargebacks to fleet users doesn't account for reallocating those savings back into funding for electric vehicles. I do think what this preliminary analysis did was identify that there is an opportunity to look at how we do that user-based funding and consider alternative approaches. So staff, and I've had conversations with Mr. Lynch, our new Director of Fleet, around options and opportunities to continue to advance the Greening the Fleet strategy in light of the maintenance savings and the initial capital costs. We currently do have a funding envelope currently of $70,000, of which $50,000 goes towards the capital top-up. This budget issue paper is really to fund the charging infrastructure. And so while we can continue to invest in the capital top-up, we do need to look at the strategies associated with the charging infrastructure to support it. And so that's something that staff would take away, and as Mr. Chapman noted, this is currently a key component along with our facilities as part of the Core Cap 2.0 that will be coming back to council.
I'm not sure, I was listening, I swear, but is there the opportunity to shift, to fund this enhancement through other sources? Sorry, thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Golder.
So currently, the way we do the user fee, so currently no. However, I do think there's an opportunity to reevaluate the way that we're allocating costs associated with vehicle usage and look at allocating savings very similar to the, and perhaps incorporated into the reserve to fund energy efficiencies. And so I do think there's an opportunity, but the current policies and practices associated with the way user fees are charges doesn't allow for it. However, that is something that staff can take back and look at making the appropriate changes.
Councillor Clancy, you...
Yeah, So, what is, sorry, Mr. Lockenbach, what are the reserves at for something related to this kind of financial situation?
Mr. Lautenbach?
So through the chair, we do have an equipment reserve that's used to replace equipment, and so one of the processes that we go through every year is look at vehicles that need to be replaced, and we do take into consideration the greening of fleet through that process. So we have been making progress in that area, and that's something that we will continue to make progress in. We do have limited funding in that reserve, and so that's something where we do have to make decisions related to large pieces of equipment. We've been challenged with either current market conditions in terms of supply chain and some of those things, and so where we can extend the life of equipment out further so we can make those decisions later to replace vehicles, we will do that. In terms of looking at other reserves that would top that reserve up, we really don't have, as indicated in another issue paper, balances in other reserves at a level that would support providing funding that way. And in terms of debt financing, typically we would look for larger capital projects where we'd use debt as that tool in terms of advancing work. So we wouldn't typically use that for something like equipment, where the life of that is much shorter than a longer term asset. So it is something, as mentioned, that we will be looking at more comprehensively and bringing back a strategy looking at how we will achieve all of our GHG reduction targets, and certainly the fleet will be part of that analysis.
I guess also, sorry, just one more comment. I'd like to, when we talk about charging, there is a business model there where we can optimize charging, I hope, given that this is something people will require throughout the city on an increasing basis. Do we have any ideas on how our charging infrastructure could also be optimized to generate revenue for the city?
Ms. McGoldrick?
So through the chair, on table 1 in the supplemental information on the issue paper, it does identify the actual increasing use of charging stations, much of which that is by members of the public. Council will recall in the setting of user fees in December, the user fees were increased for the use of charging stations, and that's really to have a net zero impact in terms of cost to the city for the electrical usage of the charging station. So it's not currently the fees charged do not pay back the capital costs of the charging station. The fees are really to offset the ongoing electrical operating costs of the charging infrastructure.
Would there be room to be more in line with the market? Don't get me wrong, I want to encourage electric vehicle users, but I also...
Sorry, Councillor Clancy, you don't mind, I'm going to have a mobile here and get you to queue back in. And apologies, I was just made aware that lunch has been here. I did not know beforehand. Mayor Rabinovich.
Thanks. Just very, very quickly, and maybe this will help. I think, what Councillor Clancy's probably trying to get at is we have an equipment reserve fund that operates similar to like the computer reserve fund, correct? So where every vehicle gets billed back on a monthly or annual basis. So the department, that money comes into the master account, and then that gets used to buy new vehicles and so on, correct?
Mr. Chapman?
No, I'm looking at Ms. McGoldrick or Mr. Chapman or whoever wants to answer.
That's correct.
Okay, so, and then in terms of the operating costs, do they come out of that same fund, or is that out of a different fund?
Apologies there. Mr. Chapman, go ahead.
The reserve that you referenced funds the replacement through depreciation charges over time.
Okay, so but the repairs and all that stuff doesn't come out of that reserve, that comes out of another account?
Through operating, yes.
Ms. McGoldrick, do you want to add?
Yeah, that's correct, through operating, and all of the maintenance costs are associated per vehicle. And so the operating user, so the division that uses that vehicle, pays those ongoing maintenance costs, so it's charged back to the user. So the fleet operating budget is actually net zero, and those charges are billed back based on the actual maintenance costs of the vehicle.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get at, if we want to put $50,000 to this, can we simply say to reduce the bill backs by $50,000 for the electric vehicles, and then use that money to fund this on an ongoing basis.
So through the chair, I think what we need to explore is evaluating a chargeback of what we would typically spend for the conventional IC, internal combustion engine vehicle back to the user, and take the savings and put it into a reserve of some sort. And so that's some administration and analysis that needs to take place. We have models that we can use to project savings, but we would be essentially overcharging users in terms of both the initial capital recovery for the reserve and then the ongoing maintenance costs, which we would charge based on conventional use. So there's more analysis that would need to be considered.
So I get that, but I guess I'm looking at this and, maybe, Mr. Chair, maybe we leave this until we come back from lunch, but I guess I'm looking at the analysis that you've provided here, and on the one vehicle, I look at 5 years, or the 6 years that are provided, we spent 68 for the gas car and 20 for the non-gas. It's a difference of 48 divided by 6 years, that's 8,000 per year roughly savings over per car. So I guess what I'm trying to look for is there a way for us, and maybe this is where staff can talk about it over lunch amongst themselves, is there a way for us to be able to, you can do the administrative work that needs to happen after today, but basically where we allot 50,000 towards this and we fund it through those savings. So that would be my request maybe for staff to think about over lunch.
So, Mr. Chapman, you're in the queue. Do you want to comment on this now, or do you want? I still have 2 people in the queue here to speak to this. I would get to them before lunch, but Mr.
I'll offer one perspective quickly, and then we can take Mayor's suggestion away over lunch as well. Just a reminder, the base investment was for an electric charging trailer for small equipment, so that was not funding vehicle infrastructure. The additional investment would have been for charging stations. We'll continue to purchase electric vehicles this year. If council does not fund this at this point in time, likely those will go to areas that already have the infrastructure, and we'll have to defer implementing in other locations. We also have the ability to redeploy those vehicles over time as infrastructure becomes available. As I mentioned, we'll be coming to you with the Corporate Climate Action Plan update before the summer recess, and I don't believe that's too late for council to set their minds to these issues. I'm just concerned that we try and set policy on the fly at the 11th hour budget meeting. I think it's totally appropriate that we defer this for that Corporate Climate Action Plan discussion, and we'll continue to buy all the green vehicles that we can. There aren't too many available right now, but we have budget to do that, and we'll continue for the next number of months to do so.
Great, and before we get to the rest of the people in the queue, I would just add again this, I'm glad you touched upon it, I didn't want to jump in, but the $200,000 option has very little to do with actual vehicles. It's a $400,000 problem at this point, not a $50,000 or even a $200,000 problem, so I would concur. Mayor Benich?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Councillor Schneider?
Thank you, Chair Davey. And I think I heard that there were some issues with the supply chain. So and I just want to point out, too, that I mean, this is more of a shorter-term investment. I think in our next budget after the strategic plan, we're going to make real progress on this and really put it as a priority in our budget. So you're going to see a real strong commitment to this in the strategic plan and coming budgets.
Yeah, very good. Just before I go back to you, Councillor Clancy, for the final word on this, I would echo that. I think there's no question that climate change is the top, if not the top priority, probably the top priority outside of the existing things we do with water and fire, et cetera. So don't take this. I want to be careful and clear in the messaging that I don't want the message to get out there that it's not a priority of council. It's simply that some of this work, I think, needs to be fleshed out, and it will come back with, quite frankly, a much higher price tag. Councillor Clancy?
No, I appreciate the feedback, and I'm glad to hear from Mr. Chapman about the program as a whole. I guess, while I know that the funding that was allocated wasn't specifically toward EV, I think what I hope that we can walk away from today is that by having a trailer that charges our small our smaller equipment, that this argument likely will still translate to other types of capital. So I will defer for lunch, and but I just hope that people can walk away and look at this as revenue-generating investment. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we will break for lunch, everyone. So let's, what time is it? It is 1 o'clock, is half an hour along. Oh, sorry, yes, we're not back till 2:30, till 2 o'clock, okay? See everyone at 2 o'clock. Last, did you want to close the loop on that? Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to just follow up on the greening the fleet and ask for it to be considered by the Sustainability Office for our next year's budget, given that we are out of money in the 1.5.
Ms. McGoldrick?
So through the chair, I can share that fleet is definitely one of the key elements of the corporate climate action plan that will be coming forward to council. So as part of that plan, council will have an opportunity to direct staff in terms of advancing the sustainability goals at the city. So absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Excellent. So no action on that this year. And up next, arts and culture. Councillor Ioannidis, Arts and Culture, do you have any questions? Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Davey. So, as I had mentioned earlier, what I'm looking at here is I would like to, look at this a little bit more comprehensively, and in particular with events that's happening in throughout the city, but whatever the event may be. But I feel like that's an area that could use some injection of some cash, in particular, and during the pandemic. And we've seen how all our events in the past, this past year, how incredibly well attended they were. And the impact that they have on the community, and I feel like we need a broader engagement in our community with more of an events focused. Not to say that some of the stuff that's mentioned in here can't be an event, but I would like to see an increased budget in that. And I'm looking at, and I want to make sure that it's looked at. I know this is a one-time funding for now from the Economic Development Reserve. And, but I wouldn't mind if we look at, looking at this as in the future, maybe back in 2024, that, we look at a vibrant and active community envelope more for the entire city, and, and grow the sponsorship part of having events and special events portfolio within our city. So I know this is more of a longer term discussion, but for the time being, I feel like 100,000 cash injection would be good for the community.
Okay, and just looking for staff to nod, but I believe the earlier question, staff was comfortable, provided we have the understanding that it is a one-time allocation out of the reserve. Mr. Reedman?
Yes, through the chair, and so we can confirm that a one-time allocation from the ECDEV reserve would be suitable, but there would be no ongoing operating costs. I think what we'd be looking for, though, is clarity on whether we're funding pure arts and culture programs or special events, because that is what the issue paper does clarify further.
Thanks, Mr. Reedman. Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, I think it's got to be focused towards more events, and some of the stuff that's mentioned in there, it's sort of like an event, but I mean, I think it could be an events for such groups as what's being proposed. I don't want to limit the full scope, but I want to be here to emphasize that I feel like events has not been keeping up in our community, and it's no fault to anyone or staff or anyone like that. I just feel like the pandemic has definitely changed the game, and so that's where my focus is.
Okay, so just, I think the staff just wants clarity though in terms of, so I heard you say events is the priority, but if there's, I guess, access funds, I'm not sure if staff wanted to respond to it in terms of.
I think I want to, the councillor saying you want to add something?
Or do you want to think about it? There's actually 4 people in the queue. Let's hear what other thoughts are, and then.
Let's just hear what the discussion is on this, because I prefer to have this go through and you know, not necessarily what I want.
Appreciate that, thank you. Councillor Janelle?
Thank you, Chair. And this is just more of a clarification. I'm just looking at the grants, and if I'm way off base right now, just let me know if I am. I'm just looking at the grants for the museum of $295,000. Could we not somehow take some of that and inject it into our own arts and culture? You know, while the two don't necessarily overlap, you know, they do have some, you know, connectedness with, you know, bringing people together and events and stuff like that. And so I'm just curious if that is something that would be able to be, and then we wouldn't have to necessarily borrow from ourselves or take it from reserves. I'm just curious.
Mr. Bloom?
Through the chair, I might actually have to look to Mr. May, who actually administers most of the grants. I mean, most of the grants that we offer now, I would say a third or more go towards events to begin with. And I'm not sure, I can say that in terms of applications that were received, every event-based application is getting funding, from what I understand. So it's not like we have 5 event organizers who we couldn't support. So not to say that we couldn't try to find more, but at the current state, we have enough to fund those that have asked for it.
Mr. Bloom, do you know offhand if that, just for clarification then, that 295, is that, like, I'm assuming part of that would be like in kind, for example, which is not free cash flow that we could allocate somewhere else, Mr. Bloom?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? My general manager mentioning something at the time, so if you don't mind just repeating the question.
Oh, so yeah, sorry, no problem. We all do that. I wanted some clarification on the 295 that's allocated to the museum. I'm assuming that isn't all like a cash grant. I'm assuming some of it is in kind, which couldn't be transferred.
Right, through the chair, and apologies, Councillor Janelle, I wasn't sure which grants you're referring to, but now I see. So all that you see listed there, those are operating grants that we provide to those organizations on an annual basis. It's part of what they put towards their operating fund. So for us to retract from that means that they would have to find a way to cover that operating deficit themselves.
Okay. I guess, okay, so I'm not sure if that's a yes or a no. But then I guess my last question would be, I'm looking at the Communitech Technology Association's $30,000 grant. Now, they received in December of 2022 $38 million. Could we not somehow, so do these people come every year and ask for money? Is that kind of the idea?
So through the chair, these ones that are listed here are the ones that we have been traditionally funding every single year. And for the arts and culture-based ones, the museum, the symphony, art gallery in particular, there is a process by which staff review theirs every year. The other ones, typically, as long as they continue to run the programming, council's been approving those grants.
Which we haven't done yet, right?
And Mr. Eben, you want to add?
Yeah, through the chair. So these are essentially firm commitments. They weren't raised earlier in the process, and so this would have an impact on the provision of these partnerships. And so, making a late change to any of these would definitely, derail the programming that they offer. And so, if there is some feedback for future renewals, we could take that into consideration.
Yeah, just as some context, Councillor Deneau, and again, because this is your first budget process, typically, there are representatives that would come and speak to us on these individual things, and while I can't really blame you for not anticipating it, generally, if you had an issue or a question on any of these, it would have come up earlier, so that these entities would be able to come and present their rationale.
Okay. I will know for next year. Okay,
Definitely. Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I absolutely don't object with Councillor Deneau raising these. I think through his question, he is raising an important point, that when we consider the investments of City of Kitchener towards art and culture, I mean, it's fair to say it is significant, correct?
Correct. Certainly through the three major organizations, yes, this council makes close to $1 million in investment in those thrry organizations.
Thank you. And that doesn't include Center of the Square either.
Correct. Or what we may end up at the Conrad Center now that we own that
Conrad
facility.
Center. I just want to raise the question further with the museum. In the past, Councillor Deneau, the museum used to come in with their operating budget, which outlined exactly the contribution that was received from the City of Kitchener, and it gave an opportunity of this council to ask questions. Of late, they've kind of deviated from that, the way they used to do in the past. So for clarity, for new members of council as well, of this 295, that includes so we don't charge them rent space. That building itself is owned by the City of Kitchener. It's Class A office space.
Sorry, Councillor Singh, I just want to make sure we're staying on topic here. So the motion put forward is for extra event space, so I'm just trying to hone in on that. And I'm actually going off.
Fair enough.
Can I just get clarity on that one? Very quickly?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so correct. That is, the funding here is for their operating. In addition to that, we provide them the building, essentially no cost, and I believe there's some capital that as part of that, us owning that building could also be viewed as a contribution.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, the reason why I was trying to ask that question for clarity for new members of council as well. So they have an understanding the level of commitment of City of Kitchener does make towards our arts and culture community. As I asked earlier too, it is a significant contribution. It's not to this one organization, which I use as an example, but there are various others in this chart as well as Center of the Square, which we've gone through the board and recognizing the amount of dollars that get given. One thing that we don't necessarily get a continual, focus on is the tremendous good work that our events team does through economic development. They create vibrancy in our core with various different events that happen in collaboration, assisting, as well as in our neighborhood parks as well. I can attest to at least one event, which is Cinema of the Stars. It's an annual movie night, but it's our event staff that come and make it happen. So I think that's an avenue for us to use this opportunity and focus on, and whether, be flexible in saying some of it can be. In my mind, I think we have to be quite clear in saying this is a one-time infusion. We would love to see what you can do with it, where we can come back and see the wins and the positive effect, and perhaps build that into a capital forecast over time as well, or through the operating. And again, it's not. Again, I want to be very clear. I think our arts and culture is significantly important to the vibrancy of our community. But at the same time, we have been doing a lot. We will continue to do a lot. We just have an opportunity to focus on one extra thing as well, which can be special events. So that would be my hope. Perhaps Councillor Ioannidis can clarify that, if the commitment would be for special events specifically.
Thank you. Mayor Verbenovich.
Thank you very much. And this is something that I've spoken about previously, and I've been speaking with Councillor Ioannidis about it, and I think it's important. I think it's a very important investment, and again, I want to remind folks that, in fact, when we did our Environic survey, one of the things that came out of it was a desire to see more special events and a greater diversity of events in the city going forward. And so, one of the things I recall, having been involved with it many years ago, we did a summer series that ran on Thursday nights, I can't remember, it was both in July and August or just in July, and it was in partnership with Rogers Television and with a variety of ethnic groups from the community. And each week, one culture got the square. They basically, we provided the stage and the sound, and Rogers provided the TV cameras, and they sort of provided everything else in terms of the programming. And it ended up becoming a 2-hour special, and those programs at the time, as an example, were shown by Rogers Television across the province of Ontario. And I can't tell you the number of times people in various parts of the province mentioned that they saw these, which both, gave focus on the city, as well as, provided some excellent programming in the community. I think as we look at this, I also think it's important that we have some flexibility in relation to what's in the report. So, there may be instances where, some of those special events or arts and culture programming may be with partners and will require some additional grant funding beyond what's already there, for use of something like the Conrad Center. In another instance, there's a piece here on placemaking. I think, for example, of the event that happens in Stratford right now during the winter months, where they've been doing an outdoor lighting thing, not unlike the illuminated forest, but something on a grander scale the last couple of years in Stratford, and they tie in their restaurants and all that stuff. But that's really a placemaking activity. So I think we need to leave some latitude there and not have it, not trying to confine it and allow our staff to work with it. I think the other piece that fits into this, Council will recall that we also have been, as part of our collaboration track, we've had with Bloomberg a number of staff and arts and culture community members who have been part of an initiative there in terms of training, and there's ongoing work that potentially will come out of there. I don't know if Mr. Riedman wants to touch on that. So again, my point being that I think we need to allocate the dollars and then really leave some latitude with staff and not look to micromanage it. So I don't know, Mr. Riedman wants to touch on just the Bloomberg piece.
Mr. Riedman, and also I guess in your comments, I would actually, just as if Councillor Annis is looking for feedback, I would also point out that there's $15,000 unallocated from the $1.5 million, so perhaps you might break that out. So there is some ongoing funding for the arts piece, and the remaining $85,000 would, I think, in my mind, like one-time capital allocation lends itself more to events than some of these ongoing programs might be interested in. Mr. Riedman.
Excuse me. Thank you, through the chair. So earlier in 2022, we brought together about 40 community members to talk about arts in our community at the launch of the Bloomberg program. And then a team of 7 of us went to New York City as part of that program to really develop some quick wins and some things that we could advance relatively quickly. And so this issue paper, in terms of arts and culture, really speaks to how we can implement some of those quick wins within our community. And so they're really about connecting practitioners to resources to support artistic development in our community, increasing access to space, especially for equitable access to all members of our community, so we get a diversity of cultural offerings through artistic performances. And then the third one was improving placemaking opportunities or interventions in our community, so animating outdoor spaces so people could access arts more freely in our community. And so that was really the hope of this issue paper, was to get some seed funding for that program so we can have a quick launch. I know we were delayed a little bit because we had a municipal election, which our partners in the U.S. didn't have at the same time as us, and so we did have to wait till after that for this portion. And so, I think part of our hope would be having some seed funding here to launch some of that, but also recognizing that council has a desire to increase the amount of performances in our community as well. And so, it would be nice to either have flexibility or to increase the allocation slightly so that we can deliver on both of those programs.
So, Mr. Chair, just as a follow-up to my question and my comment, and I just want to go back to that embryonic survey and indicated, out of the question 10 was arts and culture plays an important role in the daily life and vibrancy of our city. In your opinion, what would make Kitchener arts and culture even better? 27% said more events, 12% said cultural events, 8% said more free, affordable events, 7% said more diversity events. And then there was stuff around better funding, more cultural venues, and live music festivals, youth programs, and so on. And so, I think this really speaks to this piece that was identified there. Flexibility is key, and then the other piece that I think is important. We have an asset here, and I know I've spoken with Mr. Young about this. That quite frankly, I don't think we get the level of sponsorship dollars that we see other cities getting. And I think there's an opportunity here to develop a bit of a more robust plan going forward, and that really needs to be part of the work that gets done on this.
Thank you. Last, we have Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Davey. And, I'd love to see us equate arts and culture with economic development. But then again, I can also talk about bike lanes and say how they contribute to economic development as well. But I agree with the mayor around looking at having some flexibility around this money. It'd be great. Obviously great to have it go to events, but looking at what we've outlined here, and in particular the program number 3 that Mr. Reedman was just talking about, the artistic placemaking interventions, etc. I read in the paper and see often about other communities across Ontario doing well in the film and movie sector, and I spend quite a bit of time in places like Dundas and Caledonia, and there's always a Hallmark movie being made there, at least one. And in Cambridge, they've got a number of things going on there. I'm wondering about, if under that program number 3, is that something that we're still going after? Is that something that we could continue to do?
So through the chair, so we have a dedicated film and music officer. His job is to facilitate filming. Actually, there's been quite a number, even just last Friday, the Friday before, Murdoch Mysteries was filming in town. A lot of it now you don't get to see because it's cold and it's indoors, but we are actually seeing a significant shift of filming to Kitchener, which is positive to see, and it's largely due to the work of Bob Egan, who's been...
Well, and I remember Bob coming around and speaking to each of the councillors saying, where do you think in your ward might be a great place to do some to do some film shots and things. So glad to hear that that's going on, because to me that really is a great, piece for economic development for our entire community. I know that other communities are doing very well with these things, and I'd love to see more of that. So I don't know if maybe if we make this money flexible, if some of it could be going in some of those directions as well, or that might be against the spirit of what Councillor Ioannidis is wanting to do, but...
Or through the chair, and it's not basically as direct to the attraction of film, but certainly the Film and Music Mentor Cafe, one of the bodies of work that Mr. Egan has started, is really trying to get this high school students engaged in film production, knowing that that is a career and a career path for them. And I know Councillor Iodini was just at a recent event at Forest Heights. So certainly in terms of fostering the next generation of filmmakers, that is one of the outcomes we hope from.
Yeah, and I just, was it yesterday that I heard that, oh my goodness, I can't remember the gentleman's name that just won an award for his go ahead.
Chris Williams.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Chris Williams.
Yeah. So we have talent that comes out of this community in that area, but they're going elsewhere to do it. Love that to be coming back here. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ennis, there's no one else in the queue, so I would invite you to queue back in. It is your motion, and just to get that clarity on, I can't amend from the chair, but clarity number one, are you interested in applying the $15,000 and reducing the removal from the reserve, and clarity on how, if you want to be prescriptive in the allocation versus some flexibility? Councillor Hernandez.
You know, just hearing the discussions around here, I'm inclined to add the 15,000, throw it in there, and keep the 100,000. And that can be earmarked for some of the programming that's being in here. But I really feel that there needs to be an event focused on a lot of these dollars that are being proposed. And that's where I'm leaning towards, because I think the value that they bring to our community is, and I've been saying this from day one since I've been here. And so it's something that, you know, it's an economic driver. And even if they're free events or whatever, and, you know, I still feel like we didn't even have that party that we were going to have for, you know, like getting out of the pandemic. And, you know, and I feel like we could have went out with a bigger bang and stuff. So I feel like I want to have it more focused towards events. I just don't want to strap it completely, but I'd like to see a significant portion of that dedicated to that.
Okay, is staff comfortable with that direction? Is that clear enough? Okay, see nodding heads, excellent. Okay, no one else in the queue on this one, so the motion before us is to use $100,000 from Economic Development Reserve for 2023, primarily towards events, plus an additional $15,000 in ongoing funding, also towards the combination of events plus the other arts programs that are in the issue paper. Is everyone clear on that? Okay, very good. Those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Very good. So that was the hardest part of budget, guys. Good work. We got through the allocation. Mr. Haggie.
There we go. That just flew by. All right. Next, we'll be moving on to the capital budget. There are some follow-up issue papers which are included in the package. If there are any questions or comments of council on any of those, we take them now. Some of them could potentially have a financial impact. Some of them are just informational, and we would look for direction on, or questions on any of those. And then as well, at the conclusion of this, we'd be looking to have the capital budget resolutions passed, which...
Very good. Page F77 is where these begin. So we'll just take these, I think, as a whole, but once somebody raises an issue, please just cue in for that specific topic, okay? So we're going to begin with Mayor Rabinovich.
Well, thank
and
you.
It is page F77?
Yep. So, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Council will recall that as we were talking about the rise in the Love My Hood grants, we were asking about the grants that we've given, and you know we've done well on that front. But there's also in all the cases a fair number of unfunded grants, and all of those grants are actually ways where we work with community organizations and help leverage some of their dollars to do some pretty great programs in wards around the city and in the community. And these are things that would obviously cost us a lot more if we had to do them on our own. And it sometimes helps some of these other groups access other dollars when the city's a partial partner in some of it. And so staff have come forward with a couple of recommendations, not recommendations there, but options there for us with respect to topping each of those areas up by 25,000 or by 50,000, and it could be done within existing capital budget allocation, so it wouldn't have any impact on on our tax base. So I would be inclined to see one of those options move forward. I won't necessarily move a motion yet at this point because I'd be interested in hearing the thoughts of some of our other colleagues.
Okay, any particular thoughts on this item? So we're talking about the RISE fund?
The RISE and the Love My Hood.
Yes. Councillor Ioannidis, it was on this or something else? Something else, okay. So just clarification on the funding source. I understand there isn't an impact, but where, I don't understand where the money's actually coming from. I'm sorry, I didn't look into this. Mr. Lautenbach?
So to the chair, the funding would come from the capital pool, and so it'd be the reserves that support that. This would be not ongoing funding, but it would be funding within 2023 capital and 2024. So we'd look to the reserves that fund the capital pool to fund this addition.
Okay. I don't see anyone else in the queue, Mr. Mayor. Honestly, I think just given that it would be one time and not an ongoing funding, and coupled with the fact that without our involvement, this is actually doubling already for 2023. This is something like the amount's actually doubling in terms of the grant from what we did before. Don't think I would be inclined to support it at this point. I'd rather see if there is the uptake for the $100,000 this year. I'd like to see that information come back as part of the 2024 budget process, and if so, then it becomes an ongoing funding source as opposed to a one-time. That's my personal preference. I don't see anyone else in the queue, Mr. Mayor. Oh, Councillor Ioannidis, you're not on this still? On this? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear how much the mayor had asked for. Was it either 50 or 100?
He hasn't moved
I haven't
anything.
put anything forward. I simply was interested in hearing what others on council thought about it. I mean, I think it is an area that could merit some consideration, but I also recognize that because it's one that I know council has been keen on in the past, but also not married to it. So if there's no desire to see uptake on it, happy to leave that one be.
Okay. I was just thinking maybe if there was a reserve fund somewhere where we could set it aside, but not allocate unless there's a demand.
So I'm not sure what you're getting at.
If we had access somewhere to the funds that we can set aside, let's say $50,000 more, and if there's a demand for that $50,000, then we could access it.
Well, I think if we did, I mean, staff are suggesting where it comes from. If there isn't applications, then we wouldn't do it. I think maybe my suggestion would be that the way we handle it is that we leave it today. Okay. And if we see that there is a significant uptake on applications in the future, like later this year, staff can come back to us, and we can deal with it at that time.
Mr. May, you come for that?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, just 2 points. To Councillor Ioannidis' point, if we didn't get the grant request, the money would be left unspent. The only thing I would say to the mayor's point is that these grants don't come back to council. I don't believe the RISE grants. Yeah, so neither Love My Hood or RISE grants come back to council for approval. That's been delegated to staff. So you would not have that opportunity at a future date.
I guess what I'm looking to give direction to staff that if you see that there is an abundance of applications that we can't meet, to actually bring it forward to us for consideration.
And that would just be staff's discretion in terms of the quality of the applications?
That's right.
Mr. May, thoughts? I think the struggle here would be that, staff would be coming back essentially asking for funds outside the budget process, but I suppose it's something they could explore.
Yeah, I guess my point is it would come from the same source if we end up doing that, but we're not dealing with it today.
All right, thoughts, Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, all I would say is I think the issue paper and our experience with both of these grants would tell you that we are going to get more grant funding requests than we have funding for. So if council today has an appetite to increase the funding, I'd do it today. Otherwise, it will simply require staff more time and effort to prepare a staff report, more time and effort on your part for a need we know will be there.
There are 3 more people in the queue, Mr. Mayor, if you wanted to wait.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, okay, sorry. 2 in the queue. Councillor Clancy on this? On the RISE Fund? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I do feel like when I hear of the multitude of work that gets done through these funds, like they're creative, there's hyper-localized, it again addresses our equity where everybody's welcome, they can show up as they are, there's no cost at the door. So, and it's put on by the volunteers in their neighborhood, like when we think about connections. So I do think, if we look at even the lower amount, I think we get so much bang for our buck that I think it's worthwhile. I hear you that we don't want to pull on our reserves too much and end up in a compromised position. I don't think that's the case. So I would support additional funding.
Thank you. And Councillor Chapman on this?
Yeah, no, if we look at the numbers that are on these charts, it shows that the requested amount is 3 times what was actually allocated. So there clearly is an interest in an interest out there in the community for these funds. So I'd be supportive of even going with the $50,000 for each of the RISE and the Love My Hood grants. I'll throw that out there as a motion.
Okay, there is no one else in the queue. Mr. May, can you comment on I see the demand for the grants. Would you say that the majority of the demand in these grants are of quality? Do we get grants that may not be applicable or requests that may not be applicable to the conditions of the grant? Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that we do on occasion get that for our other grants, Tier 2 grants. My experience has been that most of the Love My Hood grants are eligible and would be funded, but we don't have enough funding, so we often actually end up either saying no or funding partial amounts, which really doesn't help the group achieve their projects.
Thank you. Mayor Verbenovich, did you want to take action on this or not?
I think Councillor Chapman indicated she was moving 50,000.
Oh, okay. So Councillor Chapman, you're moving option 2, 100,000. So $50,000 for each. Okay. Okay. There's no one else in the queue to comment. Again, I could be convinced to support the lower amount, option 1. I was actually not planning on supporting this at this time at all, especially because the RISE fund was doubled, but I won't be supporting option 2 at this time. Anyway, I don't see anyone else interested in speaking on this, so I'll call the question. Is everyone clear what the motion is? So the motion, as moved by Councillor Chapman, is option number 2, which is a total of $100,000 add 50 to the RISE fund and 50 to Love My Hood. Okay? Everyone clear on that? Okay. Those in favor? Opposed? And that motion carries. 100,000 has been carried. Okay, so that concludes BDO 2. Other questions on these items? Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I put staff to the trouble of doing an issue paper, so I thought I might as well ask a question in fairness, right? I'm just looking through, I'm trying to find myself again. For RISE fund is done. Mr. Chair, are we going to go from each, or can we skip to depending on?
Just if you have any questions on any of these, whoever opens it up, then we'll focus on that until it's done. So, Councillor Singh, which item are you looking at?
Okay, I'll go to where I was already looking at before, which was on our reserves. So just sort of clarity, I think I understood it. Right now, we're getting 5% from our GICs. We can borrow at 4%. So essentially, it just makes sense for us to continue investing rather than lend ourselves.
Mr. Haggie.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's helpful. it just lays out the rationale why it doesn't make sense for us to do that. But going forward, because I think these questions will arise, and it may be an opposite end in the future years, we can, through the budget process, we can quickly articulate that it's costing us this to borrow the debt for that year, but from our investments, this is what we're getting, so that we're not raising this issue again.
Sure.
So, and we can quickly ascertain if it's advantageous for us to entertain that option or not.
Sure. And I think this is the first time that I've seen this dynamic in the market.
Yeah.
For the municipality.
Yeah, no, and that surprised me as well, and that's why I'm saying, but, we may be in a very strange, in economic conditions for the foreseeable future. So, the other question I had regarding our enhanced garbage.
Oh, sorry, before we continue that, Councillor Singh, again, we want to finish off one item. So did anyone else have any questions on BD 08?
Oh, okay, sorry.
Mayor Benish, I have you in, but I'm assuming it's not on this. No, not in BD 08? Yeah, if you keep back in, thank you. And Mayor Rabinovich, you're next. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to talk about BD03. And I'm glad I actually asked for the report. And I want to thank staff for getting it done. I guess the part that I find concerning is that in 2015, we actually allocated significant dollars for Grand River Riverside Park, but we haven't had the staffing resources in order to deal with it. And what the report identifies on page 81, in fact, is that we're not being able to keep up with our main parks that are really the focus of our city in terms of major park assets. McLennan Park, Victoria Park, Kiwanis Park, Huron Natural Area, Rockaway Gardens, and this idea of a Grand River Park that's been on the books for over 30 years, finally got some funding in 2015. So staff are indicating that really we need a resource that's going to focus on this. There's two suggestions in the report. One is an operating one and one is capital. I'm not prepared to suggest an operating one this year because I also think we need to more fully understand what is going to be needed in the fullness of time for these 6 areas that are in different parts of the city. But we do need to get on with this because this is these are key assets for the city, and quite frankly, we're not keeping up. So I'm actually going to move the approach that it comes out of the capital program, which was the second suggestion in the financial piece, and then obviously as reports come forward, we'll need to consider it further in future budgets.
Okay, questions on this item? This is page F80. Councillor Singh on this, or? On this?
Yes. Sure,
Okay,
yes.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, just out of clarity, if it's coming out of capital, I'm guessing it'd be coming out of capital for over a 10-year forecast, or are we talking about one-time infusion?
It would be out of the 2.7 million.
From the Parks Capital Program.
Oh, the capital, okay, overall, in general, you're saying?
Yep.
Okay, so my question would be from staff, if you're allocating that, I mean, that's not a overly, flush-funded allocation. What would be deviating from if you're reprioritizing that amount now towards this new park?
Ms. McGoldrick?
So through the chair, the way staff currently allocate their time is the amount of time they work on specific projects, and so it would be, the funding would be allocated out of that master planning major park line item in the capital budget.
So do we have sufficient capacity to be able to carry on the work that we already have commitments to, as well as advancing this work? That would be my question.
So through the chair, what it will do is it will decrease the available funding in any given year by the $129,000. So that would be part of the master planning scope in recognition that there's $129,000 less funding envelope. to implement the park works.
Okay, so but we don't have offhand what would be any projects that would be impacted by it? Not necessarily, okay, thank you.
And so there's no one else in the queue, and just on this, so is the funding source would that be the 2.7, would be drawing down that 2.7 million that's in the account, Ms. McGoldrick?
So through the chair, the portion of time that the staff person would be working on Grand River Park, yes, would be allocated out of the Grand River Park capital funding. The portion of time allocated to other master plans would be, there's a, and I don't have it right in front of us, but it's in the capital budget book. There is a line item, and I can find it in a second. If you give me a moment. There is, on page appendix B52, there is there's a general provision, citywide park master plan implementation, and then you can see in the first couple years of the forecast that's allocated to Victoria Park master plan.
Okay, and this would be hiring a new position. Yeah, I guess I'm struggling with, like, I don't have a problem with the one-time allocation of 129,000. I guess I'm struggling with what happens after the first year. Mr. Chapman?
Through Mr. Chair, and so perhaps we've not been clear on the issue paper, but we anticipate there's 3 to 4 years of work to be done here in terms of land acquisition, planning, and development of the implementation plan. And then the time to implement the park is probably years 5 through 10. And so on Grand River Park alone, this is a 10-year work program. And then we know there are work programs similarly for all of the other master plans. And so I think what Ms. McGoldrick has identified is that there is a resource gap right now to advance master plans for major parks. So while this serves Grand River Park, it also serves the other projects that are listed here. So this is not a one-year contract. This is an ongoing need.
With the funding to be determined in future years after the 129?
Well, that's correct. The default would be that this is a draw from capital until such time as there's a different funding source identified.
Okay. Okay, there's no one else. Mayor Benich, go ahead.
Yeah, and I would just say that I think, you know what, we develop these master plans for these parks. I mean, if we don't start actually doing them and implementing them, then they just start collecting dust on the shelves. And I think all of us know that there's literally tens of thousands of people that go to Victoria Park, tens of thousands that go to Kiwanis Park, you know, thousands in Rockaway Gardens, Huron Natural Area, and so on. Like, this is, I actually wish that this had gotten flagged sooner because, you know, the fact that we're not moving forward, it came to light because of the questions around the Grand River Park. And so, you know, obviously there was a number of years during the pandemic when we couldn't do much, but I think we need to move forward. I think we need to use the funding that's allocated for these different projects right now to fund it, and in the fullness of time, I think we can look at, you know, where it more appropriately belongs beyond these initial, you know, 4 or 5 years that Mr. Chapman talked about. I think the other piece is that this is also the kind of stuff that, quite frankly, gets good attention from federal funding partners, and so we want to make sure that we're well positioned to take advantage of any infrastructure dollars that might be available for that.
Thank you. On this, Councilor Angus?
Yeah, that's where I was kind of thinking too, just because I feel like there will be some dollars being thrown out there somewhere, and anyways, I'll let this conversation go.
Yeah, I'm just to be clear, and I want to be clear on the record on this, is like I'm cognizant of the growing challenges we have in terms of funding the infrastructure that we have, so I'm always very leery about plans to add new infrastructure we need to maintain, especially in light of items like Bill 23. Having said that, I'm not prepared to, you know, into the debate about the Grand River Park at this point. I think it's the staff person would be well used, so I will support it. I just thought it was really important to put that qualifier in, at least for myself, before I vote on this. Okay, it's been moved by Mayor Verbenovich. Is everyone clear on what this motion is? Yes? Okay. Those in favor? And opposed? I didn't see any opposed. It carries unanimously. Okay. Anyone else on these items? 2, 3, and 8 have been dealt with. Not that we don't need to deal with everything, but Councillor Ioannidis.
I had sent everyone dealing with, what is it now? Oh, BD07, dealing with the home tech. And so I don't know if anyone, if everyone had a chance to read the email I sent and what my thoughts are on that one. Let me just pull it up on my. So basically, I'm thinking of what I would like to see is.
Oh, it's on the screen.
It's on the screen. Okay. That finance staff be directed to take existing council budget envelopes and consolidate them into a single budget envelope, and further that guidelines be updated on that funding for council, technology, and home and office expenses, conferences, training, and community engagement. And further that any recommendations for adjustments to this budget, this has effectively been decreasing for the past 13 years, be brought forward into the budget of 2024. And the reason why I'm bringing that is because I've had some offhand discussions with new members of council and other members of council, and some of the community engagement. I feel like we need to increase our. We need to be a little more fluid, since we haven't increased these funds that we could be used for that, and it's at our discretion. I think if you want to use it for conferences, you could use it. If you want to use it for community engagement, you could use it for community engagement. And if you wanted to use it for your tech, then you hit tech. So I think this gives it a little bit more fluidness towards it. And and this is just a short-term thing until we can figure out something that is again something that's a little bit better than what we have right now, because I feel like there's an increased demand from our public with engagement, and the reason why I'm saying that too is because what I've been noticing is, in particular, in my ward that I represent, a lot of the engagement that's coming up is basically oppositions being right away, put up there. The community's putting their hands up, say, wait, stop, and we're like, we're just talking, and I feel like we should be able to blanket the neighborhoods a little bit better than what we're currently doing. And I know like for development we have a certain radius, but I know for engineering projects or anything like that, it would be beneficial for myself and maybe other members, if they can use some extra funding within this thing to be able to better communicate to their constituents. And so that's my reasoning why.
Okay, well, thank you for this. I'm assuming members of committee will have a lot of questions, but I would just remind the committee that Councillor Ioannidis' request here isn't that we approve this, it's that we request staff look into it and report back. So really what you're doing here is you're supporting staff looking into it or not. You're not necessarily supporting this or not. Mayor Verbenovich?
Well, to be clear, I think what it's saying is we would create an envelope. It's the details around how that envelope would be used. So it's no new dollars right now. It's taking the dollars that exist, put them all together, and you know what? Everyone around this horseshoe are adults. Everyone can figure out how they want to do their job, and so staff will create the guidelines like exists now for each of these things, and put it together. And then, if there's a requirement or, as part of looking at this, including looking at what budgets may exist in other municipalities, that piece would come back in 2024 around that. And I think, quite frankly, it makes sense. The world has changed. These funding envelopes have been in place for a decade and more. But the reality of the way we do our jobs has changed substantively. I mean, when these funding envelopes were put in place, social media didn't exist, all that, nobody did video, like any of that stuff. So I think it makes sense that we make this adjustment.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Harris, I'll reread, I just needed clarification from you on the motion. So the way the motion reads, it's saying that, it reads to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that all of our budgets will be consolidated effective immediately or today after this is, and then the only thing reporting back is how the amount changes.
And what's eligible.
Okay. Yeah, oh, sorry.
And partially my request for this too in operating or in capital was because, we are looking holistically in how we're going to change how we communicate with residents here. And I want to be able to have that ability as well to be nimble and if it means more money, it means more money. I don't know yet. It's just, I feel like since my time here and you've been here with me the whole time too. And I feel like we've only taken away dollars where I feel like more than ever we need more to communicate. Like I got roasted the other day about Meadow Lane Park. Why didn't this come from my office? And I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't have a budget to let you know that this is what's happening in your community. I had to rely on staff budgets. So that's why.
Okay, yeah, so before I get to Councillor Johnson, just something to think about, Councillor Nidas, is I think policies like this, I'm happy to talk about it, but one of my lenses whenever I do policy is to imagine how, even though it has the best intentions, and I agree with it, I like it, how it might be abused, okay? So while I have every confidence in everyone around this horseshoe using it properly, I think the last thing I want to do is be a retired councillor 15 years from now and find out somebody spent $25,000 on computers, right? That's not an appropriate spend. And we've seen politicians abuse these sorts of systems in the past.
And I think staff will put that sort of a bit of a framework that whatever those may be.
But the way the motion's written right now, there's no staff reporting back. It's like as of today, boom, that's done. So I just something to think about. Mr. Chapman, you wanted to add?
Through the chair, I think Councillor Ioannidis' intent is clear, and we understand the reason why it may be timely to look at this. The one thing I would offer is that certain of your funding envelopes right now are governed by council policy. And so those policies would need to be repealed or amended, and so I don't know that this motion today is sufficient to do that. And so I would tend to agree with you, Councillor Davey, that if the intention is to consolidate them, we take that direction today. Staff would go away, bring back the policies to council for any amendments that you need to make to put this into effect. And then to your point, if funding adjustments are required, those could happen for the 2024 budget. I would think that if this is a fairly straightforward review, we can commit to do this in the first half of the year and certainly come back with those policies before the summer recess.
Appreciate that. I'll come back to Councillor Harris. Councillor Johnson?
Yes, thank you. And I think I understand where you're coming from with this. I think that we need a little bit more time to think this through, because I'm wondering what that means in terms of people's individual accountability. I know that right now, someone can look up and see how much each councillor spent on particular different line items, for example, and it would still need to be reported that way because they believe that that's an Ontario government reporting piece. So I think there's a few things probably that we need to think through here before we would move forward with this today. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Yeah, I think in fairness to Councillor Ioannidis, he's not suggesting that we deviate from our annual reporting. And to the concern, I agree with you, Councillor Davey, that we want to make sure that there is no abuse, 100%. But one of the reasons why we do have annualized reporting, so that we don't have those occurrences where you look back 15 years back afterwards and realize someone spent $25,000 on a laptop, right? That would be reported at the end of the year, and that person would have to be accountable. Those expenses, too, on top of it, the current process is that we don't just go out and spend. We can spend, but then we get reimbursed back after it's reviewed by our constituency staff, as well as the mayor, who signs off on it ultimately. So there is a layer of accountability, and if I spend $25,000 on a laptop, I think Mayor Van Wyk would definitely have a lot of questions on what kind of laptop that is. I think to the points that Councillor Ioannidis did, he's looking for flexibility of us to allocate to broaden our capacity for reaching our constituents, for us to be able to have ability to, animate our wards in our specific way, for us to be able to broaden our education understanding, but depending on our own expertise. We each bring our own level of understanding to this job. Some have more, some have less, and some there's still a level of training and learning to do. So you might have more need, I might have less need for a conference. But if I have an opportunity to allocate those funds for the betterment, for the role that I'm elected for, I think that should be given to each of us respectively. And I think what Mayor Vivinovich said really resonated in my mind. At the end of the day, we are adults. We are accountable to our office. We have sworn an oath. And I think those things weigh heavy on us to make sure that we act responsibly. So, but at the end of the day, I think Mr. Chapman did reiterate that's not a matter of us just moving ahead without any controls. This is more of a direction that we are that it could be blended together, but then staff are directed to outline the policies, and some policies may need to be amended or repealed, and that would be upcoming work that would happen, but probably very soon after this budget.
Thank you. Councillor Deneau?
Thank you. Chair, just a quick question to staff. Can you remind me what the budget envelopes, how much total between the 2 or 3? It was such a whirlwind a couple months ago. I can't remember.
That's not anything.
Who would take this? Mr. Rattenbach?
So through the chair, so it's identified in the issue paper, so the operating expenses of $2,500 per year from the operating side. And I believe on the capital side, the 5,300 was the term budget in terms of that amount.
I'm sorry, what was that for capital?
5,300.
Okay. All right. Per year. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, Mayor Vivinovich?
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate what I think needs to be clear and what seems to be getting lost. We're talking about the exact same dollars that people access right now. The whole point of sending it to staff to work on the guidelines, or Mr. Chapman indicated it's formal policy, is so that exactly what your concern was, Councillor Davey, continues to be in place. So, there is an annual maximum on operating, there's a term maximum on capital, there's a term maximum on conferences and training. And those maximums, in my view, others may disagree, but in my view, would still exist. It would simply just give people some flexibility if they want to move things from, one of those things over to council engagement as an example.
Okay, and that's, sorry, that wasn't really explicit in the motion, but because the way the motion reads, there would be no limits if that's the point of consolidation, right? Mr. Chapman?
Just to ensure a fulsome answer to Councillor Deneau, the home tech budgets were referenced. There's also a $14,500 hard cap on conferences and training over the term of council. So those two items combined amount to about $30,000 over the term. So that gives you a sense for the size of the envelope that could be available. And I just think there are good questions for council to ask, like, do you want to limit international travel? What about engagement in an election year? Do you want to put some controls on that? And so those are the types of things that we can bring back and consider through policy.
Okay, so I just need clarification. So, sorry, can I see the motion on the screen again? Okay. They're just working on it, guys. And again, I just want to be 100% clear that that this motion does not let us, without talking about it or having a fulsome discussion, it does not let us, do some of the things like have too many international trips, that sort of thing.
$50,000 to go on a trip.
Right, that's,
Okay,
but,
so that's not my intention, that's not any intention.
yeah, I know it's not your intention, but I mean, you know, I'm not going to bring up examples of people that used to be.
Besides, Disney World's more expensive than that these days.
Okay, Councillor Hennings, are you comfortable with this motion that's in front of you now?
Did something get changed? Did we put, from what I put up there?
It's asking staff just to review it.
Yeah, that's
first. And I heard Mr. Chapman say that it should be a fairly straightforward review. They should be able to report back by the first half this year. Okay, excellent. I can support this too for sure. Sorry for the long-windedness. Mayor Rabinovich?
Yeah, just so that there's clarity, because it was in Councillor Ioannidis' note, the motion should say that, and further, that the funding allocations actually, it's probably there in that second one, and further that the funding allocations, I just want it to be painfully clear that this is about existing dollars and not new dollars.
I think that's clear. I would say that's clear. There's nothing here about bumping the budget at all in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. Okay, everyone clear on that? Okay, those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Very good. Apologies, I took up some time myself on that one. Mayor Rabinovich?
Anyone needs to grab a coffee. It'll be leaving soon, and it's still hot, so if anyone needs to do that, they should.
If there's ever reason to interrupt, it's to make sure we get our coffee. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Okay, Councillor Johnson also wants a coffee, but yes, I wanted to talk about BD5, the urban forestry canopy, and I wanted to move option 1 for full funding.
Okay, so just catch up here.
It's on F85. Sorry? It's, okay, but there's 2 options there, so I'm not sure.
And sorry, just to clarify, yeah, just looking to staff, option 1 doesn't require action. If that's built in, correct? Yeah, okay, so Councillor Johnson, that's already in the budget.
Go get my coffee.
Go get your coffee, exactly. Okay, Councillor Singh on this?
Yeah, again, I was looking for options, and it clearly shows and a reminder as well that substantive amount of work of the initial funding is going to go through maintenance, and that's why the 100,000 decrease would have a significant impact on the number of trees planted from 650 to 350, so almost halving. So, and that's good because, again, a lot of us have been advocating for maintenance of our existing trees, and my assumption is that maintenance would exist on our boulevard trees as well. Okay, so that would broaden that work that we have been advocating in the past as well. Last question, hoping it's in the scope of the budget, but I'd look to staff. With us approving this, we did approve the policy, 30% canopy target by 2050. Are we inconsequentially, I can't say that word, anyways, you know what I'm talking about, approving also a direction that we may be leading towards permit requirement for private tree cutting? Again, the policy wasn't necessarily specific when council endorsed it, but that were some options that would have been entertained in the future. So are we automatically presupposing that direction and funding allocation from this amount, or that would be something of conversation that would take place at a later time?
Okay, so so that would be a budget question if the question is, does part of these dollars go towards that? Ms. McGoldrick.
So through the chair, what Councillor Singh is referring to is looking into tree protection measures. That's a body of work that's underway currently and will be brought back to council early Q1, maybe Q2 of 2023. That's a decision point for council in terms of the options available around tree protection measures, and implementation of that is outside of this budget request.
So, and if council were to go ahead with that direction, that would probably impact budgets of 2024 onward, not this year.
That's correct. Should there be a financial impact, which we would define when we bring that back to council, that would be a future budget request and conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other questions, no more questions on these BD items? Going once, going, Councillor Singh?
Just very quickly on BDO 6, I had asked for kind of clarity or looking at alternatives of accelerating cycling network outside the downtown core as well, whereas we have commuter trails. Now, it specifies that much of the funding comes from DCs. Is there a way for us to accelerate that work along with it through the DC work? Is that something that we would look at through a future DC review, or do we have capacity to accelerate earlier?
Who would take that? Mr. Haggie.
I'll take a stab and we'll see. The program is set based on what was approved by the DC bylaw. So we will, that's what's shown in the capital forecast. There's not really an option to advance it any faster until we open up our next DC bylaw, essentially, and we can review it then, and as far as how quickly we want to move ahead on some of those things. But we may be having a discussion about, do we have to defer development charge projects because of the impact of Bill 23?
And that would impact our cycling network as well for the segregated lanes?
It's one of the things funded by DC. So if we have that option, or sorry, when we have that discussion, one of the options would be, do we defer projects? And we would talk about, we could do a blanket across the board reduction or focus in certain areas and reduce there, that sort of thing. It doesn't have to be decided today.
And I think that's why it's an important point for us to recognize as well that these projects are DC funded. So they're growth funded, not necessarily coming from the tax base, and that's where there's a significant resistance that's given by residents that may not have, quick access or a preference to that mode of transportation, and thinking that their tax dollars are being dumped to something that may not have the level of uptake now as it would perhaps hopefully in the future. But it goes to show, and this report outlines that these projects are funded through growth development charges as opposed to the tax base. But there's an operational component, which would be the winter maintenance, I'm assuming?
Correct. So there is an operating cost, and in both cases, they're not wholly funded by DCs, but I think the split is about 2/3, 1/3. And so there's a small portion of the funding comes from taxes, but the vast majority
The bulk comes from the DCs. Okay. Thank you for that.
Sorry, Councillor Dino and Councillor Harris, are either of you on the cycling and trails 6? No? Okay, so I'm going to consider that item closed. Councillor Dino, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. BD04.
The last one.
I know there's been a few discussions amongst us around this group about garbages in the winter. So if we approve this today, how soon would some of the garbages get into the parks? Because if I'm looking at this correctly, it talks about that the staff are currently working on the places and spaces, and that will kind of have a comprehensive look at infrastructure services and policies. And so would it wait until 2024 to add these extra garbages, or would that be something that we implemented sooner than later?
Ms. McGoldrick?
So through the chair, should council approve this budget issue paper request in terms of resources to support enhanced sanitation, that would be activated in 2023. And so it's really largely around doubling our capacity to, which is by one crew, to go and remove garbage from receptacles. And so it wouldn't impact this current winter, but we would look at resourcing beginning for the spring season and then into next winter.
Okay, lots of, 5 people on this one so far, okay. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I appreciate Councillor Deneau bringing this up, because I kind of feel like a hoarder that doesn't want to get rid of his garbage and keep bringing this up. So, but anyways, I was hoping that this would bring up some form of good discussion among along the horseshoe, is there a way that this could be phased in?
Mr. Wattenbach?
So through the chair, I just want to clarify that the operating funding that's identified here isn't included in the budget. So if you were proceeding with moving forward to move forward with this proposal, there is no operating budget funds allocated right now. Just wanted to provide that clarity. Or capital, so that would be an addition. So just want to provide that clarity. This is an issue that could be looked at through the year, so I think that's the piece that Ms. McGoldrick was speaking to.
Yeah, thank you. I was kind of worried that no one was talking about how we're going to pay for it just yet, but Ms. Lusk, did you want to talk about the opportunity? I guess the question was opportunity for phasing it in.
Through your chair, Davey. First, we would have to get the funding to be able to actually hire the staff as well as actually purchase the garbage compactor to actually double the crews right now. So to phase it in, I mean, obviously first we'd be able to do that. Crews, if we were to get the additional staff in the summertime, even without the compactor, they could assist using a different vehicle in terms of garbage collection. So in terms of phasing it in, the service level could be doubled in terms of frequency. Cleaning them out more frequently is what I could say would be the phase in.
Okay, thank you for that. And again, this is no criticism towards our staff and the way we've been doing our collection. I feel like there's some other forces out there that has created this increase of garbage. And so I'm going to let it play around here for a bit, and then I'll see where it goes.
Thank you. Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to see this report here, because I do know this is an area that many of you have talked about in the past, and quite frankly, one that I hear about from residents often. In fact, I was some time ago speaking to an elderly resident who reminded me, and I don't know if this was in the 60s or 70s, but our slogan as a community was "Kitchener clean as a kitchen," and they felt that we weren't quite living up to that any longer. And so, I think particularly today, as we talked about getting more people into our parks and more people onto our trails and so on, the reality is there's going to be more garbage to go with that, and so we need to deal with this. Ms. McGoldrick or Ms. Lusk, if we look at this from an operating point of view, we really wouldn't be bringing these staff on until November, likely December. So, I mean, I'm a little bit loath to do this, but and we need to be conscious that we're making this decision if we go this route. But we could actually fund it for the part of the year this year that it's actually going to be needed, which would be 1 or 2 months, but recognizing that we're making a commitment into next year's budget around an operating, the first part of the operating hit for the operating piece of this. But quite frankly, this isn't a nice to have. Like, this is, when it comes to core services that people expect, this kind of ranks up there with snow cleaning and some of those other things. So I'm wondering if either of you could comment on that.
Ms. McGoldrick.
So through the chair, the additional crew, two-person crew, could be hired on we could, at council discretion, hold on that until the fall to enhance the winter season. The intent, the information that was provided is for 2 full-time positions, and then the equipment costs And so, yes, we could, and we can't perform this work with temporary resources, so it is full-time resources. So to the mayor's point, it would be a commitment if we're only funding a portion of the cost this year. It would certainly present a budget pressure for next year, because we'd be bringing on full-time permanent resources to perform this work.
But, sorry, just to be clear, the funding that you're talking about, like, I don't think we're talking about additional staff in the summer here. We're talking about just additional staff in the winter, when we don't do garbage pickup, correct?
Through the chair, no, it is a year-round function of enhanced service year-round. At this point, it's not we can't split the position. It's a full-time permanent position based on the type of work. We can't perform the work with temporary employees.
Okay, I'm a little confused here, because right now, a number of these employees are simply moving from that to winter work. And in the summer, we hire all sorts of people in temporary roles. So I guess what I'm trying to, I think the main concern that I've heard, and other council members can correct me, has been in the winter months. And so I'm struggling to understand, if we can have temps in the summer, why can't we just have temps in the winter? So, some people will move from one role to another, and then there's a group of people that will just hire in the winter months potentially. No, I get we take them out. I'm saying we won't take them out, and we'll hire some temps that'll empty them out.
Mr. Chapman? Are you taking this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, appreciate the mayor's comment, and we were just trying to strategize around, I think what you're suggesting is if we have summer temps already and we need to increase winter work, do we look at making some jobs permanent full-time, and then we can carry staff through summer and winter through the range of activities. There are complications around that, but what I would suggest, if council's serious about this as a priority, and you support the mayor's notion that this is a service that would launch towards the end of the year and then would be annualized in next year's budget, what I would encourage council to do is make an allocation for that, direct staff to go back and look how to build a program, and we'll report back in terms of the labor relations implications and how to kind of optimize this.
So I guess my question then would be is, if we were annualizing it, would you be looking for for this year, like a 50,000 allocation?
I think so.
And on the capital end, that you would need,
Sorry, I did not hear that. What was that comment, question?
well, yeah, so I'm asking on the capital end, you would still need that fully capitalized this year, or some of it would be capitalized next year? Or you wouldn't need the capital?
Through you, Chair, to Mayor Vanovic, there is a capital request that would be associated with this because we do need a second garbage compactor. So even if we had the staff, we need to give them a vehicle to use.
And so again, Mr. Chair, what I would suggest is that if you want to move forward with this service level increase, allocate $50,000 for the last quarter of 2022, and I would say notionally allocate the $180,000 for capital. We'll go back and look at the vehicle solution based on the service level. But at least that way, we have your direction to proceed to implement a program, sorting out the details after today's meeting.
Okay, so others were sort of carrying this one, so I'll let them make the motion. I was just trying to ask the questions to get things there.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson?
Yes, thank you. And wow, that's going to be hard to follow that because I had kind of a different idea around that. I was wondering if, and Mayor Barry touched on this with, you know, now that we've said that we're going to put more money into paving of trails and winter maintenance there, is there some budget within that to also be looking after the garbage on the trails? Is that a place that we could take some of that money from? And it's not only the removal of the garbage. We've all been sent pictures, I'm sure, of overflowing garbages in the parks in the wintertime, that it's sometimes not enough just to empty them, but do we need more in specific areas in the park too? I'm wondering if that can be looked at as well.
Yeah, so I think, the answer would be, like, really, if we're allocating dollars from trails, then it would be, you'd be paving less trail, which would be the implication. Ms. McGoldrick, do you want to?
So through the chair, and perhaps just for clarification in terms of the operating allocation associated with the paving of trails, that is for winter maintenance, like winter snow clearing. It does not include, at this point, operating costs for garbage removal.
I was trying to be a little creative with how we could maybe look at doing that, frankly, because it's a huge issue that we deal with. I mean, we've dealt this year. Councillor Michaud put forward a motion with regards to removal of garbage cans at the bus shelters, which is a regional issue. But if the issue of garbage really is big, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Michaud?
Thank you, and I concur with everything that's been said and what the mayor has suggested as well. I'm wondering if another additional piece we could do to this, a little bit of communication to the public around, you know, and this wouldn't cost a lot of money, picking up garbage, even did a campaign to encourage people to pick up garbage, because I see more garbage this year than I've seen in years past. I mean, I think the beginning of winter, it looked like spring. Usually spring, you have all the garbage, you know, washed up from the plows and whatnot, but our parks are sometimes, and our trails particularly, are a mess, so in some areas. So, yeah, if we could consider a communications piece of some sort.
Ms. McGoldrick?
Yeah, so through the chair, absolutely, that is a current effort that's underway. And in fact, one of the things that we've been discussing is similar to this concept of getting around, where's my plow? It's where's my garbage can, to help people plan their trips when they're going out. So there is a mapping effort as well underway in terms of making people aware. And if they've got smartphones, they can pull, if they're out in the park and they've got their dog bag or anything else, they can look to see where's the nearest receptacle, as well as evaluating, and this is the work that was being done through Places and Spaces, but looking at service levels, and so for every how many kilometers of trail or meters of trail, what should that service level standard be? So that is the work. The service level is the work being done through Places and Spaces, but certainly the communications is a hot topic right now, and an effort that's actively underway.
Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's fantastic if we are utilizing or we have capacity to utilize technology to, of course, inform people so they're not littering. In fact, that they can lead themselves to the nearest garbage bin. But I can tell you this much, the best way to frustrate someone is to lead them to a destination that's either full or when they get there, perhaps in the wintertime, it's not there. Right, so I think it just makes that argument that we do have technology now that we can help to inform and change bad behavior, but it will require us to put in the initial investments to make sure that we have more proactive pickup as well as the enhanced garbage pickup and availability for cans as well. Just for clarity from Mr. Chapman, so what I'm really hearing is we could proceed forward with this, really giving direction to staff that this is a council priority, that substantive impact would be in the 2024 budget. What, through your suggestion, because we're considering perhaps it would be November onward, and from what I heard from you, there may be capacity or ability to find the capital dollars within our existing scope. So what would be the 2023 impact?
Through the chair, the operating impact would be $50,000. Which I believe would take the levy, assuming other changes, to 4.84%. With rounding, that keeps you at 4.8%.
Okay, excellent. That's good then. And the capital, you're saying that would just come from existing?
Yeah, we would identify a capital funding line similar to other additions and upgrades that happen annually through the fleet process.
Excellent, okay.
Councillor Schneider?
Thank you, Chair Davey. I do like this because I do get calls and comments when containers are missing from trails in the wintertime. But one thing, maybe not for now, but I think for the 2024 budget, I would love to get some background and information on the deep well containers. I know we're looking at currently the drums, but I don't know what the, and I'm not asking for it now by any stretch imagination, but to see what the upfront cost of the deep well receptacles are and how much savings could be had if they don't have to be emptied as often. So no need to comment now, but I just would love to have that come in the 2024 budget.
Thank you. For a second round, actually, I would ask the mayor if I could. I'm cognizant of Councillor Michaud's comment, which has been my experience as well, that the garbage seems to be awfully worse this year, and I think in my mind, there's a very clear reason for that. It's because when people leave the bus stops, there's no longer a garbage can there, and they walk home or through their park, and they throw it, and it becomes our issue. I understand, Mr. Mayor, that you've requested at the region that they restore or bring back an issue paper with respect to that. Can you comment on that?
Thanks, Councillor Davey, and I'm more than happy that you've asked this question because I couldn't disagree with you more that I think it's fair to say that it, well, apparently it was in the 2022 budget at the region. It's probably one of those things that was rather buried, and so it came as a surprise to many people in September, and when the garbage cans were taken away. And I have asked for an issue paper because in effect, this is a small example of a downloading onto us from our regional counterparts.
Yeah, thank you. And that's exactly my point. I guess I would ask staff as well. The one thing I'm loath to do is step in the moment another level of government does that, if I could.
Am I still in the queue because I was? Or?
Yeah, you're up next. I'm not done, just done yet, though.
Yeah, so the only point I was...
No, sorry, Mayor Bench, I'm asking my questions, and
okay.
You're next after.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
So I would ask staff, is staff's anecdotal experience the same as Councillor Michaud, and I assume most of council, that the garbage situation is worse this year?
Yes, so Chair Davey, we have seen in the past 3 years, we have seen we've been over budget, and a lot of it, not all of it, some of it may be attributed to the fact that we are seeing, there was a change in the regional collection a number of times, the going to bi-weekly collection, as well as now the removal of the receptacles from the GRT. So we are seeing increased dumping, illegal dumping, as well as litter. around the city.
Thank you, Ms. McGoldrick.
Yeah, and through the chair, maybe just, we see three major factors contributing to this. The regional changes, as Ms. Lusk mentioned, the increased use of our parks and trails year-round, which is a great thing to see, and largely attributed to the ability to explore through the pandemic and continued use. And then we're seeing very different winters, and so when there's snow cover on the ground, much of that garbage is masked, but we're seeing a lot of snow melt, which uncovers the garbage. And the way, typically we see that blitz in the spring in terms of once the melt happens, doing a blitz of the garbage, and we're just seeing that garbage uncovered more and more frequently through climate change.
Okay, thank you. I'll have comment after this as well. Mayor Urbanich, to you.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think as part of looking at this, it'd be interesting to see if this is something that staff can engage our City of Kitchener Innovation Lab at Communitech, because there are, in fact, sensors that can be used to indicate when the garbage is full, and hence not necessarily need to pick them up all the time. I also know that, and I'm just reading here about Philadelphia, there's a garbage can called a Big Belly garbage can. I think it has that technology, but it's also solar. It's got a little solar thing on top, and pedals so that you're not like putting your hand in and getting slapped out with all that grime on the lid. The last piece is that part of what they do is they actually you don't pay for it, and you actually get some revenues from the advertising. So they put ads on the garbage can, and so that may be a way of helping fund some of this program.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davey. So I'm assuming you're putting this through, Mayor Urbanek?
No, I wasn't. I know others had passionately spoken about this, so I said I would happily support whoever's
put it through,
moving it.
And I think that was a really good explanation on why we're seeing a lot of garbage. So, quite frankly, I'm getting sick and tired of seeing my elections literature still blowing around. So, we definitely need to step up our game. So.
Okay, thank you. There's no one else in the queue. I fully expect this is going to pass, but I'm personally not going to be able to support it this time. I think we need to see what the region does and how they respond to this issue as well. And unfortunately, I wish that the public was aware that they are, I would say, largely responsible for a lot of the garbage that we're seeing floating around. I've personally, in my ward, I've seen garbage cans that were overflowing, that were regional cans in years past that are no longer there. So so obviously that garbage is going somewhere. So while I fully acknowledge it's a problem, one of the things that I work towards, I guess, when it comes to efficiency is not picking up another level of government's trash, I guess is how I'll phrase it. With that, so the motion is by Councillor Ioannidis, $50,000 towards the operating budget, which thank goodness it doesn't actually budget past the 4.8%, because it's a rounding error, I suppose. And then $180,000 that the staff will find within existing capital budgets is the motion before us, okay? Is everyone clear? Okay. Oh. Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, I didn't hear what you just said there about the 4.8%. Did you just say it had changed?
It has not changed as a result of this additional operating cost, because it's,
Okay, thank you.
So we've been creative in finding some funding solutions. So yes, you're correct, Councillor, saying the additional RISE funds are not affecting the levy, and this isn't affecting the levy at this point as well. Mr. Haggie?
Sure, I can bring up my tracker if the clerks will move it over. So this would bring us to a tax rate increase of 4.84%, and that's correct with some of the capital items. So we have added in funding for RISE, for Love My Hood, FTE for Grand River Park and other major parks, as well as the vehicle for this. And we're still at 4.84%.
8.4, so rounding down. So you're lucky it wasn't $55,000, people. Okay, those in favor? And opposed? Myself opposed. Okay, that carries. That concludes all of the additional items. Mr. Haggie, where are we?
So if we could get council to pass all of the capital items, the numbers will be amended based on the decisions we've talked about here. So the exact figures you have in the printed out version will be updated based on what council's already approved. But essentially, resolutions 12 through to 18 comprise the capital budget. So essentially, if council wants to approve the capital
Pass
budget.
all the enterprise budget at the same time. And before I do that, actually, Councillor Singh, I think you were in transit, but I did ask a question about any pecuniary interests. Did you want to voice any at this time?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair Davey. So these are from capital. The item number is 901004085 for Connaught Street. Item number 901004027, which is Mill Street. And then 6203040006 Mill and Cortland Community Center Edition. It's related to either properties owned by myself or my family, direct family, in close proximity to these projects.
Okay, very good. So that is not part of enterprise budget, so you can vote in this one. Are there any questions on the enterprise operating budgets? I'm not seeing any. Those in favor? And any opposed? None opposed? Very good. Mr. Haggie? Oh, Councillor Singh moved that one, actually. Yes, he whispered it. Mr. Haggie? Oh, actually, sorry, that reminds me, before we continue, I made a mistake earlier on with one of the priority items for council. It was the parks item that had all, or sorry, no, the recreation items that had all of the different movers. We voted on the amendment. We didn't actually vote on the main motion, so nothing's really changing. It is the 285, I believe. We can do the whole later? Okay, we can do that later, no worries. Mr. Haggie?
All that's left is the tax-supported operating budget. That's the other resolutions that have not been passed. So if you want to take a blanket motion for all operating plus the item you mentioned, unless there are any other changes, we could just do an all-encompassing, pass every other resolution that's in here that has not been touched yet.
Very good. Could I get a mover for that? Moved by Councillor Clancy. Any questions? Not seeing any. Those in favor? And everyone's in favor. It's unopposed. Next, Mr. Haggie.
So that's it. As far as committee is concerned, there would be passing or forwarding it on to council, so we'd have to reset. And
sorry, apologies. I don't remember in there where we passed capital as a whole. Did we not pass?
Well, we did operating, well, it's the all-encompassing thing. Oh, I guess Councillor Singh needs to vote. We need to yank those out, sorry.
Oh, okay, that's okay. It said operating on the screen. That was my mistake. So, sorry, folks, I'll have to take that vote again. So, on Councillor Clancy's motion, everything but Councillor Singh's conflicts. Those in favor? And opposed? That's carried. And the other items for Councillor Singh, those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Very good. Okay, we're good?
So we are done at committee.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That's the end of committee. We do have to have special counsel now to ratify everything.
Go, guys. 5 minutes for staff to switch.
Yeah, about 5 minutes to switch over the system.